my fellow cyberspace chums, it is I, Psy, the Stream Demon. It appears our old pal, Lillian Arcadio, has indeed covered another work of animation that I enjoy. Can Lily actually praise a piece of media without puncturing a lung? Can Lily follow a show aimed at adults? Can Lily get through a video without trauma dumping or name dropping Rebecca Sugar? Let's find out! Alright.
Oops! I just fucked up everything, but no, I'm dropping the bit. Yeah, it is cringe, Kaiser. Fuck you, I'm having fun. Anyway. I have voice mod now. By the way. I have voice mod now, and I have a script for my video right here that I'm showing on screen by accident. Anyway, hello everyone. It wouldn't be one of my streams without some kind of technical difficulties, would it? But yes, I have been prepared. For this. The other reason I got voice mod is because I'm using a setting that's supposed to make my mic sound better, so hopefully it's working. Because I am very bad at balancing my audio myself, we all know this. Blah blah. Anyway. So, I like Hazbin Hotel quite a bit. Not as much as other things, but, the funny thing about Lily, talking about Hazbin Hotel, and from what I've heard, actually praising it and actually defending VivziePop, is that I swear to fucking God that the Hazbin hatedom is just SU Crit warmed over. It's just SU Crit put in the microwave. Because it's all the same shit. Like, mischaracterizing things in the show in bad faith to say, oh, it's racist. Digging up stuff from VivziePop's internet history and, like, putting it in the worst light possible, just like they did to Rebecca Sugar. You know, it's the same fucking shit. And before we start, I'm going to show you an example of that I posted. Because one of the VivziePop sins I keep hearing. Yeah, exactly, Kaiser, about to go into that. One of the VivziePop sins I keep hearing about is, she had a Nazi OC. Oh my goodness, she had a Nazi OC. How can you support someone who had a Nazi OC? You know what her Nazi OC was? It was a fucking reference to the producers! You know, that funny movie that was made twice by Mel Brooks, famously a very, very Jewish man. Are we not supposed to make fun of Nazis anymore? Is that what you're saying? But, like, every time I've looked into one of VivziePop's so-called criticisms, it's always been a fucking nothing burger. And it's always been, like, something that's been so blown out of proportion by a game of telephone. And it's exhausting. Like, I'm not even that big of a fan of her work. I just hate this kind of attitude so much, you know? And especially when, golly gee, it's another show with a female showrunner and a bunch of gay characters in it, and people are acting like it's, like, the Antichrist. Well, some Christians are literally acting like it's the Antichrist, but, you know, no one takes them seriously. It's only when voodoo symbols are off limits, but when the Christians complain, let's just laugh at them. Yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense, Twitter liberals. I'm not saying I'm not a liberal, but there's certain kinds of liberals that are just, yeah. Anyway. And as you can see, I haven't really made much progress on my page. I've also put, Distractovision down here over the music area, because I'm not gonna be playing music while I do this shit. Yeah, a few things I've heard about this video. I mean, I'm going in blind, but a few things I've heard. Let's just go right over to Lily's video. Lily is getting I've been binge watching Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad shit again. I don't know why. It's like good background noise for some reason. Let's do this. So, I could probably just put it full screen, actually. Unless Skrill decides to send me things as usual. Actually, no, I can't. Wait, I gotta move the YouTube chat if I'm gonna full screen the fucking video. But yeah, I've heard that Lily goes into Kingdom Hearts again in this fucking video, and brings up Rebecca Sugar again, even though it has nothing to do with anything. And like I said, it's so funny that Lily would be on VivziePop's side when it's the same fucking bullshit that Lily does to Rebecca Sugar. I can't. If I thought of it, I would have made a big bingo card or a drinking game or something. But yeah, it's been kind of a busy week. It's been kind of busy IRL for me. I've been working at the doggy place a lot, which is why I haven't made much progress on this page because I've been fucking exhausted. But yeah, so I've heard that Lily praises the show but gets things wrong, which, no surprise. I've heard Lily trauma dumps in this, so get fucking ready for that. Oh, thank you for the follow. What else did I hear about this video? Lily goes into Kingdom Hearts. You know, so, yeah. Yeah, right. Take a shot every time Lily mentions Kingdom Hearts, you'd fucking die, I think. you'd have liver disease by the end of it. So I'm gonna try to react and draw at the same time, which we know I am terrible at doing. So hopefully I get something done here. But I know you're mostly here. You're mostly here to listen to me bitch about Lily Orchard again. And it's really funny because I got another ask on Tumblr like, do you have some kind of beef with Lily? Do you have some kind of history with Lily? It's like, literally no. Literally no. The only real problem I ever had with Lily is Lily came after fucking Steven Universe. And I am a spurgy nerd, and I'm gonna kick your shit in. For lying about my shit. For lying about my stupid gay Space Rocks cartoon. So, I mean, honestly, I don't think cartoon opinions should be that serious. Personally, but still, Lily did poison the well of Steven Universe discourse, and that is precisely why Lily got into my fucking sights here. Yeah! You need to listen to a 40-year-old complain about a 31-year-old over cartoons, because we're very normal people. Like, I'm literally autistic, and have PTSD, and an anxiety disorder, so you can't criticize me. Oh my god, you're so ableist if you say anything about me. Oh my god, can you imagine if I was like that? If I was like one of these fucking woke scold idiots? And I will use the term woke scold. I do not care who invented it. It's the perfect term for the kind of people that go around tut-tutting others over like exaggerated nonsense. Like they take something that's a good cause and then they don't understand what the problem was to begin with, and then they just like have their own twisted version of it that allows them to yell at people. I fucking hate that attitude so much, which is why I keep getting into fights on Twitter. So go ahead and follow me on Twitter if you want to see me yell at people about cartoons some more. You wouldn't have had your poor ears subjected to me. I know, it's a challenge listening to me, because I can be very loud. Again, the microphone setting is supposed to be helping. I'm not sure if it is, though. I'll move my mic a little further away from my face. Yeah, I don't know, like, I understand you want to talk about yourself sometimes in videos when it's relevant. Like, I had that tiny little section in the SU video about my background with the SU movie and how it kind of was part of what got me out of a really bad time in my life. But, you know, I didn't dwell on it. I'm not gonna be there like, pity me, everybody, pity me. You can't criticize anything I say because this is my comfort show. You know, I was like, fuck that shit. You know, come on. Anyway, so yeah, if this turns out funny enough, I probably will cut it into a video. If it's not, I'll just keep it up as just a VOD that you guys can just watch as I'm rambling and wasting time here. Yeah. Soxy the Pinecoat says, I'm literally neurodivergent and into minors, Lily, upon any criticism. Yeah, like, you might think that's not fair, but honestly, go watch that fucking video on Stockholm. There is audio of Lily bragging about writing it, and it's like disgusting shit that by Lily's own standards would make her a pedophile. So I'm just saying, but we're here to have fun and not talk about shit like that, though I am sure Lily will bring it up. What did Lily do to get disliked by people? Lily just comes into a fandom and is just completely wrong and arrogant about everything. That's what. I was listening to an old podcast of people reading Lily's Star Wars fanfiction a while back, and they were all losing their minds because Lily is I don't know, brain damage? I don't know what Lily's fucking problem is. It was really, I did watch another video. I linked it on my Tumblr, actually. This guy 6 years ago was going over Lily making a hit piece video on an artist who asked her to just not use her art without credit in videos. And Lily went on to make a whole video about how this this artist is a diva, and artists who charge $100 for commissions are entitled divas, and in that video, Lily describes the Dunning-Kruger effect, and it is so ironic. Like, bro, that's you! That's you! You are the prime example of the Dunning-Kruger effect, Lily! A One He Hugged That Gator finally released an hour ago. I have no idea what that is. Oh god. Yeah, a few of you have pre-watched. I have not. I am still going into this blind. Yeah, show me on the fandom where Lily Orchid touched it. Did I react to the trailer? Oh Jesus, I don't remember. I'm sorry. Look, Kaiser has been like in my orbit for like 20 years or something. You should know by now I have a terrible memory. I'm literally a human goldfish. Except when it comes to like lore of stuff I really like. That is just how my honest brain works. I can't help it. Alright, let's go, cause otherwise I'll probably be doing this at like 6 o'clock again, and it's only a half-hour video. But okay, another thing I wanted to mention before I went in is just, like, I am not as versed in the Hellaverse as I am with, like, Steven Universe or something, so I don't know, like, all the lore, like, from the back of my hand. I only started following VivziePop's work after the Hazbin pilot. And honestly, I always liked Hell of a Boss more. Like, between the two pilots, I was like, oh, I like Hell of a Boss more, and I have enjoyed that. I really like Hazbin, though. I like Hazbin the way it is. I know the pacing is kind of fucked, and they tried to balance too many characters, but beyond that, I feel like all 8 episodes together is basically a stage show. It's basically like the length of Hamilton, if you think about it, you know? And if you watch it, and I did rewatch it last night. I rewatched the whole thing last night while I was working on some stuff for Kuga. So it's a little fresh in my mind now. And yeah, if you watch all 8 episodes together in a row, it's basically a stage musical. It's pretty great. And I do like the music. I know some people shit on the lyrics for being kind of simple, but when you think about it, a lot of musical lyrics are pretty simple. It's the performance that gives them power. And in a musical, the songs are telling a story. They're the dialogue, basically. So they're not going to be, like, super abstract unless it's that kind of thing. So people complaining about the lyrics being too basic, it's like, have you experienced a real musical before? I mean, God's sakes. And of course, speaking of musicals, I had to explain Springtime for Hitler to somebody. I got a solid 22 people. Nice. Was that just on Twitch though? I got YouTube over here. Anyway. Alright, let's rip off the Band-Aid, everybody. Hang on, did she say self-claimed? Because not self-claimed, she literally is the Princess of Hell, just nobody takes her family seriously. What? Oh, fuck me! Sorry, guys. I'll start over, hang on. I'm such a good streamer, everybody. I'm such a good streamer. I'm such a good streamer. Well, not to hear Lily is actually, you know, a good thing. Hang on, you know what? I'll turn on the subtitles, too, while I'm at it. There we go. Hey.
Back in 2019,
there we go. Okay.
released the pilot for Hazbin Hotel, a crude comedy set in hell oriented around the self-claimed princess of hell, trying to make a place to rehabilitate sinners to get them transferred to heaven, in a startlingly poor understanding of how a concept like hell even works in the first place. Then it got...
Okay, so, like, I wanted to comment on that, too. A startlingly bad understanding of how hell works. It's a fiction... Like, this isn't the first, like, fictional hell that people actually live in as, like, a society in a city that's ever existed. This is a concept that has, like, fucking going all the way back to the Divine Comedy. God damn it. You know? You sound like the Christians angry at the show. Like the guy that was like, oh my god, this show implies you can get out of hell. This is terrible. Like, yeah, wow. Maybe they're who you're talking about.
Got pitched to network after network and remained in development hell for years while Madrano started producing.
What? It wasn't in development hell? Like, soon after the pilot, it got picked up by A24. Once again, we see that Lily has no idea how long animation takes to produce. You know, the fact that the pilot came out in 2019 and the show came out this year in January is pretty fucking impressive, actually. That's a normal turnaround. And A24 was probably the best place it could have landed at, because I don't think many other studios would have let it go through in its final form the way it is. They would have changed it so much. But the fact that this... that was the other thing I would mention. You know how Lily said that Steven Universe was an auteur work? Like an idiot? Hazbin Hotel is an auteur work. It is the vision of one person, and it somehow managed to go into a final show intact as its cringy, DeviantArt OC style, which is insane to me. And it's also been insane to me how wide the appeal has been. It's crazy. A24 does a lot of offbeat stuff. A24 did Midsummer and Everything Everywhere All at Once, and, they haven't missed, actually. They haven't missed a single fucking time. And they've only been around since, 2012. They're great.
Producing Hell of a Boss around the same time. A completely independent spin-off trying to be the animated version of The Office. I watched one episode of Hell of a Boss, thought, okay.
The animated version of The Office? Bro, Lily! Your media diet is so limited. The concept of a group of people who are really bad at their jobs is a normal trope that's been in so many shows. That's the reason I liked Hell of a Boss. I love the trope of a group of incompetent misfits who are really bad at their job. Yeah, right? That's such a normal setup. It just happens to be with these furry and demon characters,
Neat, and then never watched it again. But according to people who I respect, the series tried to have a serialized plot with character...
Okay, so Lily hasn't watched Hell of a Boss. But that's okay, because Hazbin Hotel should be able to stand on its own as its own work. But still, keep in mind Lily has not watched Hell of a Boss, so...
drama, and that struck me as fucking hysterical when one of the characters is just someone's persona. You know me, I cringe when a series that is set up for comedy decides halfway through it wants to be an adult drama for grown-ups now, but with Medrano's work, it's something I begrudgingly tolerate because, hey, at least she decided to nut up and just make an adult series from the start.
Well, okay, so Lily hates when dramas have comedy and comedy has drama, even though, the best ones all do. But I'll tolerate it when it's the Jonan Vasquez style Tumblr OCs. So I'll tolerate it because I like it, says Lily, probably. So yeah, Team Rocket is the quintessential, well, they're less like people who are bad at their job, and they're more like ineffectual villains, which is also a trope I really like, when a villain is so full of themselves and so confident, but they're completely ineffectual. That's always a good trope, too. I love that shit. I will eat it up every time. Yeah, Lily thinks artists can't be writers, and dramas can't have comedy, and comedies can't have drama, even though all the best comedies have dramatic moments, and all the best dramas have comedic moments. It's not an all or nothing type of thing.
Rather than try to parasitically leech off the audience size and ratings of children's animation. That having been said, it is always an adjustment period.
You gotta pretend that children aren't into Hell of a Boss, though. I mean, let's be real. At least teenagers are, for sure. Honestly, I probably would have been watching Hell of a Boss if I was 13 when it came out. I absolutely would have, actually. I was very into Tim Burton. I was very into Jonan Vasquez. I'm an older millennial like Vivzy Pop and Lily here, so we all encountered this shit. Come on.
When Medrano's work tries to get dramatic, because I have to contend with the fact that every character is a bug-eyed, Burton-esque stick figure persona, and the aesthetic of the show practically screams Futurama for Reddit atheists. So when it tries to have a plot,
Futurama for Reddit atheists? I mean, it's literally Jonan Vasquez. Literally, you can tell Vivzy Pop's biggest influence is Jonan Vasquez. Not just even Invader Zim. Go look at his comic art, and you will see it 100%. And yeah, obviously Jonan Vasquez was influenced by Tim Burton, and Tim Burton was probably influenced by Edward Gorey, and so on and so forth back in time, because art iterates upon itself, You know, it always has. The thing I'm most fascinated by, though, is, like, and I was talking about this with some other artists. We look at Hazbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss, and we think cringy, DeviantArt OC. Because we're also internet artists, and that's our context. But it has had such a broad appeal with people who aren't even anywhere in that realm that it's made me start to think maybe it's us internet artists who need an adjustment an attitude adjustment. Because who says, like, what we call cringy DeviantArt OCs couldn't have appeal? I think that's part of what's pissing so many people off, is that we think of internet art as, like, below mainstream art. But now that it's proving to be viable in the mainstream sphere, some people are really pissed off about that. But it's making me actually consider my own biases lately. And also, thank you very much for the super chat. It takes a bit for it to react. I don't know why. Stream Elements is a bit derpy, and that's just what I use. It'll probably read it out in like a minute. Oh, please, you're giving Lily too much credit.
It's like switching from fifth to reverse in a car with a missing gear shift. Hazbin Hotel picks up right where the pilot left off. Charlie's founded the hotel as a way to try to redeem sinners and let them go to heaven, with new lore suggesting that this is some kind of sleeper cell scheme, but is battling against the embittered nihilism of everyone currently in hell who don't actually believe redemption is possible.
Super chat. You aren't ready for what she makes up this time.
Charlie gets the chance to meet with the angels who just committed the genocide against her people and sees this as a chance to really get heaven on board with her redemption plan, which in terms of appealing to the moral sense of your oppressor is about as effective as yelling ceasefire at a nation that interprets war crimes as high score. The angel in question
Lily had to throw politics into cartoon opinions. Look, there's no goddamn reason to bring up terrible atrocities happening in the world when you're just reviewing a cartoon, Lily. I know this is like you're a freaking wannabe bread tuber, I know, but like it sucks when they do it too. Also, I don't know why my super chat reader hasn't fired. I'm going to have to try to fix that again, because of course I'm always having some kind of technical issue of some variety. Also, hell is forever. Wait, I was about to sing Emily and who's a Dinkle's part? Charlie's part, because I can't remember Adam's part. If hell is forever, heaven must be a lie. The music's so fucking good, I don't care what anybody says.
Turns out to be Adam, the first human to ever walk the earth, and also a complete douche. Oh, that part was redundant. And he completely rebuffs the idea of redemption. And indeed, the first episode ends with the revelation that the next
yeah, that's the joke. The first man is a complete douchebag. That explains why people are douchebags, and why men in particular have, you know, issues with privilege and shit.
Purge is coming even faster and will be a total extermination instead of just a partial one. So the thing about the pilot is that...
Well, they never said it was going to be a total extermination. They just said they're coming back in 6 months because somebody killed an angel. And the overlords are concerned it could turn into one if they fight them, Lily. I mean, I'm just going by shit that was actually in Hazbin Hotel, the show. Again, I never followed Vivzy Pop's work online before the pilot. So I know a lot of people have history built up with these characters. I really don't. I mostly go by what I know there. Oh my goodness, thank you for the super chat. It's 15, I don't know what that symbol is, but thank you. I swear to God, Lily has blander taste in shows and British foods. You're absolutely correct. I should have read out the last one, too. I'm sorry. Saying, you aren't ready for what she makes up this time. Well, so far it's okay. Just Lily, getting things slightly wrong. But,
that it garnered a lot of discourse for, well, hell having a surprising number of LGBT people.
Shekels right after Lily made a reference to Israel. That's real classy there, Ra. I appreciate it.
In it, as if it was saying the gays are bad or something. That was something I held back on because just being in hell isn't really a mark against a person.
Well, yeah, geez. Oh my God, Lily's actually understanding nuance! I'm surprised Lily isn't one of those people that's like, why are all the gays in hell? Is Vivzy saying gay people are... You know, or maybe it's like, you know, people who tend to be marginalized by society have often, you know, found value in telling stories about monstrous beings who are looked down upon but actually aren't that bad, you know, maybe, yeah. Also, she just likes to draw furries and demons and things, you know, and she wants to have gay characters in the show. Because if there were no gay characters in the show, people would complain about that too. But wow, Lily actually understands the theme here, that people in hell aren't, you know, all, like, deserving of it, because there is a philosophical question of would you deserve infinite punishment for a finite crime, you know? That is a question of philosophy. Obviously, it's demonstrated in a very goofy manner. The way I view Pentagram City in Hazbin is it's just kind of metaphorical of how, people who get pushed into the margins of society will often end up in bad, hopeless situations, which just makes them worse, and they survive however they can, and then they're further looked down on and further marginalized, which makes it harder and harder to get out of those bad circumstances. And that's basically what hell in this universe is, you know? And it's LA, yes. Actually, that episode of Hell of a Boss where they went to LA, that aired, like, soon after I had just been to LA myself, and I was like, geez, Vivzy Poppy, you tell us how you really feel about living out there, gee. You know?
The pilot established early on that there are angel purge squads who go down to hell every year to commit genocide because hell is so overpopulated with sinners. Already, this tells us two things. One, hell is less a place of punishment and more of an open-air prison. And two, God's ideal method of dealing with a problem he created is genocide. See, if you've ever wondered...
Well, okay, like, God didn't create the problem in this one, though, that we know of. Because, like, yeah, you can make that Fedora atheist argument about real religion. Like, you know, it was, if God controls everything and is omnipotent and omnipresent and blah, 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 he was the one who created hell, and he's the one who creates the rules of who goes there. So, you know, and Christians always try to excuse that with, no, you send yourself to hell by, you know, rejecting God. But it's like, yeah, but God still invented the damn place, so, yeah, you know? But in this version, we don't actually know what created hell. Like, the angels say it was Lucifer giving humanity free will, but we don't actually know that. And you know what? Adam has no idea why he's in heaven. I think Adam maybe cheated his way into heaven somehow, maybe that caused the rift, and they blamed Lucifer for it. That's my headcanon. We don't know yet, though, and we haven't really seen a god in this series. You know, a lot of shows and stuff do that, where they kind of just avoid God, and they kind of avoid any particular denomination, even though they're mostly going by the Christian thing because it's an American show. You know, it's an American show. Obviously, they're criticizing American religion, but it is a bit non-denominational. Because, like, fucking The Good Place does that. Dead Like Me does that. All Dogs Go to Heaven does that. You know, a lot of these things will avoid just God in general and keep some things a mystery. Because, you know, none of us know if this shit's real or not, unless you're a Gnostic atheist like me, which I'm pretty sure it's not real. You can have your own thoughts and opinions on that. Just so you know where I'm coming from. I am very Gnostic atheist, non-superstitious, don't believe in anything metaphysical, blah blah blah. Like, I'm total skeptic materialist. But that's me. But that's how I operate. But I have also been interested in comparative religion, so I know a thing or two about these things. And I also had an angel phase in art. I showed that off stream before last or last stream, I forget which. But if you go to my old DeviantArt account, you can see some of my old angel art. My designs are not as cool as Vivzy's.
Wondered why Christian mythology isn't as readily mined for content as Greek mythology, outside of Persona, Darksiders, and Devil May Cry. It's because Greek mythology has never really been all that shy about the fact that Zeus is a hedonistic sociopath for whom consent is a mild suggestion, while Christians keep trying to convince people that Yahweh is a noble, good, and loving God.
Yeah, he is going for Dora. She is going for Dora atheist.
That bit where he tortures a guy for laughs. Pretty much for as long as Yahweh has existed as a deity, there have been people pointing out that his actions actions seem less like a loving father figure and more like a schoolboy pulling the legs off a spider. Almost every story in the Old Testament involved God murdering someone he has beef with, or someone related to someone he has beef with,
spoilers for the Bible, everybody,
with, but just wasn't unquestionably loyal enough for his liking, or someone who just happened to be in his line of sight that day. And Christians don't so much deny these things happened, but just argue that it was actually a good thing. I covered Prince of Egypt years ago, and my big sticking point was the fact that kindly old loving Jehovah saw fit to turn a city into an open-air prison and murder a bunch of children over the action.
Lily, did you just learn the term open-air prison? Is this because you've been jumping on this Israel-Palestine thing like every other ignorant fucking American? No, wait, you're Canadian, aren't you? Every other fucking ignorant North American. You know, all of us acting like we have any say or opinion or effect on something happening across the world. You know, that, you know, nobody, like, I'm sorry, the Israeli government is not going to change its mind on things just because you screamed at somebody for drinking Starbucks on Twitter. You know, I shouldn't get into this, but it's just like, can you just review a cartoon? Can you just fucking review a cartoon? You know, why do you have to get into all this bullshit? That you're definitely not, like, you're not equipped to talk about it. I'm not equipped to talk about it. You know? Not everybody needs to have an opinion on world politics, you know, especially when your opinion is just going to come from ignorance in the first place. But yeah, they didn't turn Egypt into an open-air prison in Prince of Egypt. And also, like, it was also ambiguous in Prince of Egypt. Like, when Moses is talking to the burning bush, it's his voice talking back to him. So even in fucking Prince of Egypt, which is Bible fan fiction, it's ambiguous if God actually exists, you know? God.
Of their unelected leaders, and a bunch of people got really angry at me for suggesting that was a bad thing. I didn't realize people in the US Foreign Policy Department watch my videos, but that's what always stuck in my head during the backlash against Hazbin Hotel's pilot. The gays being in hell is only problematic if you're operating on the assumption that God is a good and noble person, and that notion died the moment the angel purge squads showed up. Indeed, that was only confirmed by the actual release of the show, opening with the story of Lilith, the actual first woman created by God, who was banished from the Garden of Eden for not being enough of a submissive housewife to Adam. And
yeah, the actual first woman, quote unquotes, because Lilith is not in the Bible or the Torah or the Quran. Lilith is extra biblical, extra Talmudic folklore, probably made up by Jews in, like, I don't know, the 3rd century or something. I don't remember my Lilith lore as much, but I do know that Lilith is apocryphal. She's folklore. She's not really a thing. She's not an actual thing. No, yeah, there is, like, lore about Lilith being the first before Eve, but she's not, like, canonical scriptural. She's not a canonical scriptural thing. That's all. I just like to put that up. Well, yeah, Lilith kind of there's also these demons called Lilins that are kind of like a succubus thing, and they go around, like, killing infants in the crib or something. Again, this is like Babylonian folklore. So, it's not like actual, yeah, it's not like actual Talmud Torah stuff, you know? It's not even Old Testament. It's nothing. Even the Quran doesn't do it. So, Lilith is not really a thing. So this is why this was, like, again, Hazbin Hotel is taking from, like, various fiction and literature on religious concepts.
There's no bigger sign that a work is about to take a sniper rifle to the very concept of a benevolent god than bringing up Lilith. And indeed, the story recontextualizes the actions of Lilith, Lucifer, and Eve as being noble-hearted but fervently against the stifling order of heaven. Punished not...
Also, for the record, Lucifer is also not biblical, actually. There is a passage about, like, oh, Lucifer, I saw you falling from heaven, blah, 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 but that passage in Isaiah is actually about a Babylonian king. But people took that, and they started making up stories about it being a fallen angel, because, you know, the King James Version, the one that, like, lots of people cling to, is not really a very good translation at all. In fact, it's very bad. It's very, very bad. It fucking translates oxen to unicorns multiple times. It's a terrible translation, but it was the most popular one for English speakers in Europe for the longest goddamn time. So people just started making up shit. They just started making up stories. And so then John Milton took the Lucifer stuff and wrote Paradise Lost, and that's where most stuff people think they know about Lucifer comes from. Because I always see people like, oh, well, yes, Lucifer had 1/3 of Hell's Angels fall with him and started a war, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, that's literally from Paradise Lost. It's literally Bible fan fiction. He's also not an actual religious thing. Even Lucifer being the snake in Hazbin is kind of not accurate. Because even in the Torah, here I am doing my comparative religion crap. See you later, Zen Mom. In the Torah, the snake is literally just a snake. The snake is literally just a snake. It's later in the Christian tradition that they decide it's Satan. But Satan is not a bad guy in Judaism. Satan is an angel, or is just a title for an angel that works for God that is sent to be an adversary to something or someone. So in Judaism, Satan works for God. In Christianity, Satan became an opposition to God, who was a fallen angel. And then in Islam, Iblis literally is an angel who refused to bow to Adam and fell because of it and became a jinn. So Iblis kind of congealed with the stories of Lucifer, and this is kind of the Lucifer we have in Hazbin, actually. He's actually more like Iblis. Iblis Sonic 2006 reference, oh shut up. Iblis is a real thing in the Quran. Unlike other Fedora atheists, I have actually looked up shit on all 3 Abrahamic religions. So, anyway.
Not so much for creating evil, for evil is just the natural consequence of free will, but for disobeying. And now the Angel Purge squads aren't trying to deal with overpopulation, as they are culling a population before it can become big enough to rebel. What I always found interesting was that when this discourse started, the response from the fanbase was, LGBT people can still be bad people, which, while technically true, always seems strange that this popped up as a defense before God is a prick and his standards for goodness are nonsense. I mean, so far, based on what we know of some of the characters before they came to hell, their sins are shit like being a gangster, being a sex worker, or being of a non-Christian religion, which in Christianity are things that do indeed get you sent to hell, but only serve as more evidence of the fact that God is a fucking wackadoodle. This seems to be the lesson Charlie is being set up to learn, that heaven operates on a very black and white doctrine that offers no opportunity for redemption, and the angels don't consider the yearly exterminations to be a professional burden. They think it's fun. They love their yearly genocide. Clearly, Adam was the US Secretary of State in life. All in all, one thing I like about Charlie is that she is portrayed as embarrassingly naive. Everyone around her, even her own girlfriend, is often skeptical of her upbeat optimism, and when she's met with failure, she's forced to reevaluate and try things a different way. Some characters...
She's gonna bring up Steven Universe, of course. I was just about to say, oh, being really naive is okay when it's Charlie, but it's bad when it's Rose Quartz.
Who I've resolved to stop banging on about just keep banging their head against a wall until the narrative deems them to be at the right time to be granted victory. Here, Charlie decides, fine, I'll get a fucking sledgehammer. In the second episode, it turns out Heaven just scored a home goal because...
Alright, Lily thinks violence is the answer in the end, so... Yeah, I did hear that Lily, in every single video that she brings up, Steven Universe constantly, even when it's, not even, relevant, I mean, I've been drawing Steven Universe fan art for 4 years, and even I'm telling Lily Orchard to get the fuck over Steven Universe! Jesus Christ!
Because the sudden panic of total extermination has made a lot of people desperate enough to try any ridiculous scheme they can. This means Charlie ends up getting at least one other patron for the hotel, and after a rocky start, things at least seem to be looking up. Charlie seems to learn that she can't force redemption on someone. They have to want it, which means things are going to be slow for her because everyone in hell is bitterly cynical and bereft of all.
Okay, well, she never thought she could force redemption on people, though. This is like when Lily was saying that, Connie not marrying Steven was Steven learning people can say no to him. It's like, what are you talking about? She was like an anti-special interest. You're right. Like, I don't know, Jer Bear. This video, like, there's just so much Lily says so far that's just, like, not even worth commenting on. Nothing has gone hilariously off the rails yet, but people have warned me that they might. Right now, Lily is saying that Charlie has to learn redemption can't be forced, even though I don't think she ever actually thought that. But that's kind of a nitpick, so...
Optimism. Given that later episodes deal with victims of abuse, this is an interesting hook, because part of being a victim of abuse is being convinced by your abuser that things can't get better, that this is all you get, so drinking poison is better than nothing. No doubt eventually Charlie is going to have to learn that she has to play the long game, keep working with the clients she has until people look at the hotel, still open, and go, you know, I wonder. Nobody can keep up bitter cynicism and hopelessness forever. You either decide you don't want to be miserable anymore, or you just kill yourself. If there's going to be growth for Charlie, it'll likely be in...
What the fuck? The only two options, you just decide not to be miserable, or just kill yourself. That's great options there, Lily. Also, they're in hell? They're in hell. There's, like, not a whole lot of chances to not be miserable. I'm just saying. Yeah, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and kill yourself. That's how you deal with mental health. Didn't you say you were going to a therapist, Lily? I remember you saying that in your SU video, you were going to a therapist. I think that might be a lie, or either that you're just going to BetterHelp, like fucking Yondev. We will be getting to Yondev eventually when he uploads his video. Oh, we will.
And simmering down and taking a stance of,
if you can't, hello, Alistair, the ratio demon. That's a great name. I don't know if you can commit sewer slide in hell. We are on YouTube, aren't we? I have to, like, be careful. I suppose you could. I mean, what would stop you? You can die in hell, so what would stop you from, like, jumping off a building or jumping into traffic? I mean, you could. But, like, the advice to real people being either decide not to be miserable or kill yourself is, you can respawn in hell? Really? Oh, so can they only be killed by angelic weapons? See, this is one thing I do get a little frustrated with. So much of the lore was not actually covered in the main show. And I know Vivzy wanted to fit all of her blorbos in that have been built upon the internet for so long, and this is actually an auteur work. But, honestly, personally, I would have probably cut Cherry Bomb and cut Mimsy and cut, a couple other characters. I know we're gonna give the Pensius his moment with Cherry Bomb because it's been built up on the internet since, like, 2011 or something, but, come on, like, there's too many characters. There was too many characters. Like, I don't mind the pacing most of the time. But it can get a little hairy in places, especially your first watch. Second watch was not so bad, but still. No, I think the eyes in the background are from sinners who were killed by angelic weapons, and then their essence, like, congeals into the framework of hell or something, which is pretty fucking metal. Let's go, Egg Boys. You are not Nux tacoing me. You are not turning me into Serpentius. I am. Wait, where's my thing? I could have timed this better, if I was smart.
Clearly I am Siastar, the stream demon. I don't get to be a Serpentius who is bitchless and risless.
And it took a minute to turn off the radio voice. I am still... For anyone who missed the beginning of the stream, I got voice mod, and I'm having fun with it. Oh, did I just get another super chat? Hang on a second. It was off. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Oh my goodness. Demons can't die in hell, that's why, they do so many things that could kill a mortal human. That makes a lot of sense. But again, that is something I wish the show had actually covered. Like, to any certain degree, you know? Nux got forcibly kinned, Serpentius, and now he's just owning it. He's just owning it. That's great. I love it. I like Nux. I stopped watching him for a while because he was getting he was getting, like, too out there with, like, hentai reviews and shit, and I was like, ah, fuck that. But ever since he became a VTuber reactor, he's cool again, and I like him. He's not to everybody's taste, but I like him.
I'll be here when you're ready, because it's hard to have growth when you're already right. Well, actually, that's not true. Charlie does need to wake up to the fact that hell's over.
Hard to have growth when you're already right. Did you really just say that, Lily? That's like something I would say as a joke.
Sapphire Songbird.
Yeah, it's cool if you can't stand Nux, but I think
can't
he's
die,
funny.
and how that's why they do so many things that could kill a mortal human.
Even if I don't agree with him all the time, or I think he's problematic sometimes, I still think he's a pretty cool dude. Nux actually reviewed some of our digital circus shit on Cougar's channel a while back. It was so funny. I was cracking up, and Cougar commented on his video like, well, we don't use AI and I pay people, and Nux was like, you know what? Unironically based? I was like, you two should become friends.
Population isn't a bug, it's a feature. That heaven doesn't want demons turning to the light. They're a threat to the status quo.
Well, I don't think that's actually it, though. Thank you for the super chat. No message, but thank you. I don't think heaven... No, heaven, like, the angels don't actually know what makes a soul go to heaven. They said that directly in the show. Like, Sarah talks about that. Sarah, to me, Sarah is someone who is trying to keep up a tradition and quiet her own doubts, because what she's really afraid of is falling like Lucifer, or Emily falling like Lucifer. She doesn't want that to happen. So, heaven and Hazbin seems to be like, you know, the older generation keeping up a long-standing tradition that maybe doesn't even make sense anymore. But to them, that's just the way things have to be. And the younger generation who was born into it questions it. Because they're like, well, why is this the way it is? And the older generation tells them, well, it just is. You know, this is just how we do things. Well, that super chat showed up on the thing for some reason. I don't know what the hell, but thank you for another super chat. I got a good, albeit somewhat older video from Lily. Mary's shoes are fun, actually. Yeah, we might look at that one in the future. I'm probably going to do more Lily in the future, because I wanted to watch Lily's anime ranking video and the one about story-driven shows being bad. But I'm not going to do a react every single stream. But yeah, Sarah isn't seeing this as a threat. Sarah is more seeing, like, everything she thought was correct being challenged all of a sudden. Yeah, the thing with Emily and Charlie is they're the younger generation, so they're questioning the tradition of the older people.
Albeit somewhat older video.
Okay, so now my super chat thingy is working. I don't know what the hell. You're a little late on the uptake there, and it's not reading it out, but whatever. Whatever. Maybe I muted it by accident, probably. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, no, the angels don't see it as a threat. They just don't know what makes a soul pass divine judgment. And we still don't know. It could very well be that Adam, with his stupid little list, like, changed the rules of reality, you know? And that's why Serpentius is the first sinner to enter heaven. That could very well be it. We don't know. There's gotta be another season, though.
Been a status quo where heaven gets to sit on top.
This world is a prison.
This is something that comes up as early as the next episode. After Serpentius is sent to infiltrate the hotel and is later caught, both Vaggie and Angel Dust want to kill him for betraying Charlie. But Charlie's a lot more pragmatic and believes that if she forgives him, he'll take the hotel more seriously, which he does.
I don't think that's it. Like you're attributing, like, an ulterior motive to Charlie. Charlie is exactly what she is on the surface. There is no trickery here. She's not being a pragmatist. She literally thinks she can sing, "It starts with a story," and she will inspire him, you know? I believe to go to heaven is sacrifice, like Jesus. Thank you, Sapphire Songbird, for the $2 super chat. Yeah, right? Like, it's not even like, I mean, it's just a joke that it's a joke that Vaggie and Angel Dust's first response to this is violence, and then here comes Little Miss Disney Princess like, oh no, he can really learn his lesson and change his mind. Like, seriously, Charlie is like 2 parts Disney princess, 1 part shonen protagonist. You know?
Sapphire Songbird
exactly as she appears.
I believe to heaven is sacrifice.
There is
like
nothing
Jesus.
else to her. She is exactly as saccharine and ditzy as she comes off. Yeah, the cunning Goku, being pragmatic, offers his former enemy to become an ally. Yeah, exactly. She's fucking Goku. She's fucking Deku. She's fucking Tanjiro, you know? This is who she is, and also a Disney princess. But more like Enchanted, like a parody of a Disney princess.
In the end, Angel, and especially Vaggie, were about to do a lot of damage to Charlie's goals, and she had to stop them. Charlie isn't revisited again until the 5th episode.
Lily, are you not understanding that Charlie's goals, from even the pilot, are supposed to be stupid and unrealistic? Like, the reason why Vaggie and Lucifer support her is because they're supporting her, not necessarily because they think the idea is actually going to work. And everyone around her is really skeptical at first, but they come around to helping Charlie because she's Charlie. Not because they necessarily think the hotel idea is going to succeed. You know? Just the fact that it did at the end of the series is kind of a punchline. Like, holy shit, it actually worked. Nobody expected that. The audience is also not supposed to expect it. You know? We are supposed to also think Charlie is really naive and over her head, and this isn't gonna fucking work. We're supposed to be cynical as an audience as well. That is the entire humor here. You know? So far, these are still kind of nitpicks. These are still kind of nitpicks. Lily is still frustrating, yes, but these are still mostly nitpicks. But we will see. We will see if Lily gets any worse. Oh my goodness, thank you for the $5 super chat. You guys are spoiling me today. When will we see Jesus? Are they too scared to make Jesus say fuck? What if he looks like the Bunny Christ from fucking Dogma or something? That would be funny. I think I've seen a few people do, like, joke designs of like how Jesus would look at Hazbin Hotel, and it's very funny. I do remember one person getting on me because they were like, one of their Hazbin Hotel complaints, which was just as dumb as SU Crit, was they made St. Peter white. Even though St. Peter like is a noseless angel critter thing who in this version probably was never human. They made St. Peter white. And I said to these people that were saying this, like, okay, so are you aware of, like, the last few centuries of, you know, European Christian art? Because I have some news to break to you. You would have an aneurysm if you ever went to the Louvre. I think. Like, that is such a stupid complaint. And there was, like, one guy who ended up arguing himself into a corner to the point where he was arguing that because because Vivzy Pop says that she has studied the Bible, then she must know better than, like, all of the Christians from the last few centuries that depict these figures as white.
They see Jesus? Or are they too scared to make Jesus say FK?
It's an American show! It is criticizing American Christianity, and what tends to happen in American fundamentalist Christian circles? They tend to depict these characters as fucking white, even though technically, if they had been real people, they would have been Palestinian. Roman-controlled Palestinian, because I do think, historically, Christianity is more of a Roman religion. It's like a bunch of Romans looked at Judaism, said, hey, we can use this as, like, prophecy for our own shit, and they made up their own religion. Why do you think the Bible is so anti-Jewish? Okay, I'm getting a little spicy again, but, you know, I have done comparative religion, and I'm a fedora atheist, so you're gonna have to put up with that a little bit. Sorry to any Christians in the chat. I want Jesus written in a completely different art style. Yeah, Jesus shows up and he's like a round, soft, like, 90s cartoon guy. He looks like something out of Animaniacs or something. That would be great, actually. That would be fucking awesome. And he's voiced by Moist Critical. Yes. That would be perfect.
Episode where she tries to get help from her father to get an audience with angels above Adam, but her father turns out to be a few choir boys short of a molestation racket, and immediately...
Did you have to make that fucking joke? Lucifer's a really fun guy. Do you have to make haha Catholic altar boy molestation joke? Hey, Lily, you wrote Stockholm. You can't deny that you wrote Stockholm at this point. You literally wrote a fan fiction about Futanari Rainbow Dash molesting little girls. So, like, shut the fuck up making molestation jokes. You know, just shut the fuck up. You only make those jokes when you're making it toward a Catholic. Maybe not even then. Yeah, that's really fucking gross. I just saw something somebody said, though, about Adam being white, too. Yeah. Do people really want a Black Adam? Well, Black Adam tanked at the box office. Badum-chish. Anyway, that was stupid. But yeah, there's literally an account called Hell of Receipts, or Hell of a Receipts, that does nothing but shit on VivziePop all day long. And they were like, why are Adam, Eve, and Lilith all white? And I'm like, give me a break. If they weren't all white, you would be the first person also making that a problem. You know? You people won't be happy either way. So who the fuck cares? You know? And also, these are, like, created people. It's not like evolution actually happened in fucking Hazbin Hotelverse. You know, assumedly. Honestly, I think it's a toss-up between Lucifer and Alistair for who are my favorite characters. I did not expect to like Alistair as much as I do. I thought he was gonna be way more of a cringy edgelord, but he's, like, really fucking cool, and I love him. And also, Lucifer is just our autistic king. Like, every single autistic fan has labeled Lucifer as being an autist, and I think we just all agree on this. He's a good example of an autistic adult. Or he's just a little weird, and he's very forgetful, and he has strange hobbies, and he's... Because some people are like, well, he doesn't come across as autistic. I'm like, your idea of what autism is probably just like young kids flapping their hands or something. Like, no, he definitely comes off as autistic, trust us. Why is Huska Cat that's homophobic? I'll just believe you on that. Yeah, I know, Adam looks like Alex Brightman, which is very, very fucking funny, because if you didn't know, Alex Brightman voices Adam and Serpentius and Fizzaroli, and he was Beetlejuice in the new Beetlejuice musical, which I've seen some songs from it. It's very, very funny. I'm not ready for Lily's take on Alistair. Well, thank you for giving me $2 to prepare me. I am very grateful for all the super chats, you guys. I do appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Listening to a grown woman hating on a show she probably didn't watch. I'll give Lily the benefit of the doubt that she did watch Hazbin. I mean, it's only 8 fucking episodes. That's not that much of an investment. I just rewatched it last night in preparation for this stream while I was working on some shit. So, they kill Alex Brightman twice in one episode. Oh my god! Oh, you're seeing the Beetlejuice musical tomorrow? Awesome. I wish I could afford to go to New York and watch fucking Broadway, but I can't. Honestly, bit of a tangent. I think Broadway, what they should do is they should sell access to live streams. Like, you pay $20 and you can watch a live stream of, like, a show that's on that night or something. You know, I think they would make more money that way. I mean, I'd pay $20 to just watch a live performance of Hamilton over a live stream, wouldn't you? I would, you know? I would have loved to see the revival of... Actually, that was the other thing. Jeremy Jordan, who voices Lucifer here, was in the fucking Little Shop of Horrors revival, and I found that out looking up other shit he's been in. So he's played Seymour in fucking Little Shop, which just makes me so happy. Little Shop of Horrors is actually my favorite musical of all time, if you guys didn't know. I've mentioned it a few times. Hang on, I gotta check my text messages. You know, I forgot to tell Instagram about this stream, too. Oh, well. He was also in the Rapunzel... Yeah, this was Jeremy Jordan. He was also in the Rapunzel series. That's funny. Oh, and Vaggie is Stephanie Bertitz, who was Maribel in Encanto. She was also in Brooklyn Nine-Nine, if you've seen that. But yeah, Lucifer, like I said, it's a toss-up between Alistair and Lucifer is my favorite. I did do that comic of Lucifer recently, because I joked he was gonna show up in, like, 10-inch platform heels to be taller than Alistair, and then immediately fucking twist his ankle and kill himself. Suddenly Seymour standing beside you. Yeah. I was listening to an audio-only version of the performance he was in, and he's putting on such a nerdy voice for Seymour. It's so good. And honestly, dude, his voice in this show, he is so smooth. I can't get over it. He's so fucking good.
Immediately gets into this weird paternal spat with Alistair, and that makes sense. He's an absent father suffering from depression. What's weirder is that Alistair does the same fucking thing.
He's not exactly an absent father, he's just like, he got really excited that Charlie was calling him. He's just fucking incompetent. He doesn't know how to connect with his daughter, because he's a strange little autist man who sits alone in his room making rubber ducks all day.
Thing.
I guess that's why Charlie called it the Hazbin Hotel. Ha ha ha!
Ha ha ha! It was actually my idea.
Ha ha ha! Well, it's not very clever.
Ha ha! Fuck you.
Looks like you could use some help from the big boss of hell himself. Who needs a busboy now that you got the shit? I'm your guy, your day-to-day, your chum, your steadfast hotelier. You're like the child that
I think I have a bit of a delay on the
what?
YouTube
Boy,
video,
she can
though.
have two dads.
Yeah,
It's double
fine.
the emotional unavailability. The main conflict between Charlie
Okay, so Lily is one of those people who didn't understand that Alistair wasn't actually, like, being truthful here, because everything Alistair says is bullshit. Like, I love the people that were like, oh, since when did Alistair feel this way about Charlie and have this relationship with her? You know, bad development. He's just doing it to annoy Lucifer. It is so obvious. He is watching Lucifer's reactions the entire time he's singing. And my headcanon on this, because I think, spoilers, but y'all probably know by now, Alistair is under a deal with someone himself. It could be either Eve or Lilith, but whoever it is, whatever he's trying to accomplish here, I think one of his goals was to get Lucifer and Charlie cooperating so Lucifer would get Charlie her audience with heaven to advance whatever plan he has here. So but Alistair was doing it his way by pissing off Lucifer on purpose. And the people saying they didn't know Mimsy was Spinell, yeah, Mimsy is Sarah Styles, by the way. So it's Spinell's VA. And Celeste made a joke that Mimsy would basically just be what Crystal Gem Spinell sounds like. I kind of want to do some animatics to her lines, because it would be really funny. Just, like, pretending that, Amethyst and Spinell probably got up to some shit in the 20s, you know? And I stole a car, which then I crashed into the Lone Shark's girlfriend, but that bitch had it coming! Oh, I love Mimsy. She's really funny. Too bad she's only in the show for, like, 5 minutes. Oh no, Lily has not talked about Loser Baby yet. Lily has so far, just nitpicky things. Right now, Lily thinks that Alistair literally wants to be Charlie's dad, even though he's full of shit. But, like, the whole thing with Alistair, like, the grin on his face all the time, the radio filter voice, the transatlantic accent, all of that tells you everything about him is fake. Because people were saying, like, well, why doesn't Alistair, like, you know, if Alistair's supposed to be half black or Creole, why does he sound like that? And it's like, it's a transatlantic accent, chums! This is how performers were trained to speak on television and radio in the 30s and 40s! You know, it was just a thing. It was considered, like, a very clear enunciation and something that could be understood across the country and in Britain more easily. So, that is just the way people spoke on radio! Like, you listen to like, old speeches by, like, Roosevelt and stuff. They all talked like that. That was like the way you performed in audio. And so, but because Alistair is constantly speaking in the transatlantic accent, it tells you he's fake. Everything he does is fake. Everything about him is fake. It's a presentation. Everything is constructed, so you never know what the fuck he's thinking. You know, that's why I love him! Yeah, his filter disappears when Adam breaks his staff. And I love that moment, because, like, you get so used to hearing him with the radio filter, not hearing it is like, whoa, what the fuck? What happened? Something's wrong, you know? It's great. That's so funny because the air-iced version of your daughter calls me daddy too. I love when Rosie is talking to Alistair when he brings Charlie around, and she's like, oh, she's too young for you, Alistair. I'm just kidding, I know you're an ace in the hole. And he's really confused by that. But, like, the way Rosie says it, it's like she absolutely knew he wouldn't get the wordplay, and I love it. She's, like, making fun of him to his face. I love Rosie, too, if you can't tell. Of course I love the girls who have an East Coast accent. Why wouldn't I?
Charlie and her father is between Charlie's optimism and Lucifer's nihilism. Lucifer regrets the fact that giving humanity free will caused them to shirk heaven and turn to evil. Despite his position as the king of hell, Lucifer is still an angel at heart, and he still thinks like an angel. Charlie thinks that appealing to people even higher than Adam will work, but she's literally doing that right now. Conversely, Alistair sees Charlie's ends as completely pointless as well, but at the very least is humoring her and empowering her to actually do it. She doesn't—
Yeah. Because he has his own fucking ulterior motives. How could you think Charlie has ulterior motives, but not Alice? Assume you're gonna get into, like, the shit with him also being on a leash and shit. So, Lily, how are you not understanding that Alistair, like, is only helping the hotel for his own ends? And then we find out he might not even be doing it, like, by his own will. Like, he might be doing all of this against his own will, which is why he's such a pain in the ass any chance he gets. Like, he hates that he has to do this. I mean, even the very beginning where they're showing off his advertisement for the hotel, where he's like, you too can come join Lucifer's delusional daughter, you know? Whatever. He's just ragging on the entire idea. Half because they made him do a TV ad, and then half because he just hates that he has to do this. I have 230 viewers. Wow. Hey, thank you. Hello. I'm not used to this many people. Hello, thank you for coming to my little dog and pony show. I'm getting some artwork done in the background, as you can see. But yeah, Alistair explains his whole character. It's just like, just because you see a smile, don't assume you know what's going on underneath. Like, he is, like, stating his character speak out loud to you. What more do you want? I do like Husk. I thought Husk was gonna be my favorite. I'm eating a piece of chocolate, sorry, I'm, like, stress eating. I thought Husk was gonna be my favorite, because, A, I love old curmudgeons with a heart of gold, and B, he's fucking voiced by Keith David. Keith David is very dear to my heart. He played Goliath. He was my childhood. He was also Admiral Anderson in Mass Effect, so of course, he was my Commander Shepard's father figure, and I did, in fact, bawl like a baby during Mass Effect 3. But... Oh, I know, like, his singing voice here is even better than Princess and the Frog, I think. Like, goddamn, he is smooth as shit in Loser Baby. It's so good.
Doesn't need complete faith and belief in her ideas, she just needs someone willing to help her try. And to his credit, Alistair enforces the rules of the hotel on one of his friends who used it as a safe house and brought violence to it. Ultimately,
yeah, probably because he's under orders from someone else, so he has to. And he knows that Mimsy is just going to be a disruptive force in the hotel, because she's just his barfly friend. You know? That's the other thing, like, some people not understanding that, like, Mimsy is literally, like, a barfly out of, like, a 20s gangster movie. I saw, like, some of the idiot hate-dom saying, Mimsy must be Jewish because she's short and fat and owes money to people and has a New York accent. And I'm like, I'm short and fat and owe money to people and have a New York-ish accent. Am I Jewish? Why did nobody tell me? It's like, you're trying to call other people racist by being really, really racist. Like, this short, fat person who wants money must be a Jew. Like, I think that would be on you for saying that, you know? What if Alistair was actually broadcasting pleasureful screams on his radio? That would be like a Switcheroo AU, where Angel Dust is Alistair. It's like, he fucked every overlord, and their pleasured screams were on his radio broadcast. I love Mimsy. She's great. Like I said, she's a fucking barfly from a 20s gangsta movie. And of course, someone was saying my Rosie impression was good. Nah. All Rosie is the typical Jersey, New York mom voice. Come on. It's like you can just put on that accent and people think you're great. You hear my accent more when I'm tired and upset or angry. Like, I did joke to a friend of mine, and you could play this game yourself. Like, no matter how light my tone is in my SU videos, my SU video on Lily, you can tell when I'm actually angry when my accent comes out stronger. That's my tell. You can tell I'm actually annoyed if my accent is really strong. I do love Rosie, though, because, yeah, Rosie reminds me of a lot of people I know. Oh, yeah, I mean, I grew up, I'm a Rhode Islander, so I have that accent naturally. I just kind of downplay it a lot of the time. But when I'm really tired, it's like, yeah, come on, we gotta go to the stop, pack the car, get some coffee milk. Go get some clam cakes and some oysters and some quahogs. Yeah, no, I do have an East Coast accent. It just doesn't come out a lot of sometimes. Well, I mean, it's always there. It's always there faintly, but yeah, when I get worked up, it comes out more. Coffee milk, yeah. Do not call me Lois Griffin. Okay, listen, I have a Warwick accent. Lois Griffin has a Cranston accent, okay? I'm very offended. Oh no. You've done some. We'll look at that later. Alistair the Ratio Demon, because I want to get through the video.
Ultimately, her father does come around and get her the meeting, and Charlie gets to actually go into heaven, which looks like it was designed by the Apple Store, and we learn that even the higher-ups hate that any of this happened. And if you wanted any further proof that heaven is a dystopian nightmare, the exorcists are homophobic.
To think someone as worthless as you landed Lilith's little hottie. Grats on that, I guess.
Their love is vile and blasphemous.
Hot as fuck, though.
Hell, I didn't even need to go that far. The extermination is...
I mean, that could either be homophobia, or that could be, love between an angel and a demon. It could be either, honestly. Oh, great. Now I've shown you my weaknesses, chat. I've shown you my weaknesses, and now you're all gonna compare me to Lois Griffin. Damn it. Now, Lois Griffin sounds like the nanny. Up in Cranston, they use long A's. They will use long A's, and it's nasally. And in Warwick, we're all much mouth, and we drop the letter R on words. It's angel demon phobia. Yeah, I know. To Lily's credit, I could read that either way. I could read that as homophobia because Adam does make his stupid frat boy comment after. But would it really matter? Hey, Peter, this is homophobic. I am not Fred Drescher. He'll go right to hell with that. I would never dress like that.
Kept secret from most of the people in heaven because it would obviously be unpopular, and the angels are proving to be about as virtuous as slugs. Like I mentioned above, Charlie is ultimately getting the wake-up call that the system has set everyone up for failure, and so she's going to have to reevaluate her plans, and that's going to be interesting to see play out. And she is ultimately proven right. After he dies defending the hotel, Sir Pentious' soul is booted upstairs, and he gets to go to heaven. Like, damn, Sir Pentious. And he wasn't even part of the pitch. Good on you, you adorable snack boy. Actually really like Sir Pentious, he's a fucking delight. Moving on to Vaggie. Like in the pilot, Vaggie continues to be my favorite character. It might be because I've written several characters that fit the same.
Is Vaggie your favorite character because she's really boring? I'm sorry. I want to like Vaggie. I do want to like Vaggie. I do. But she's got the least amount of development of anybody in the show. Like, she was the least focused on. She barely had a personality until, the last 2 episodes. And, I don't know what Stephanie Bertice is doing with her voice, but it sounds like she's, speaking in a tone a little too deep for herself, and, she's struggling. I don't understand that. Like, I know she has a naturally deep voice, but it sounds like she's going deeper than her normal range sometimes, and like she's struggling to act. I don't know. It's a little off to me, you know. But we need our meme. We need our meme. Where is it? You know, I'm something of a writer myself. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Vaggie, I feel, is a little undercooked, unfortunately. Like, the first time she made me laugh was when she was confronting Camilla Carmine, which was, like, the episode before the last. So, before that, I don't think she was as deep as Rosa on Brooklyn Nine-Nine, though. Like, I don't think she's as deep, in that. It really sounds like she's struggling, which is weird, because, like, she was good as Mirabelle. So, I don't know, but of course, Lily likes Vaggie the best, because she's a lesbian, and she's boring. Put a chick in it, make her gay, make her lame. Literally what Lily likes. Put a chick in it, make her gay. Yeah. Vaggie just feels kind of undercooked compared to a lot of the other characters we see. Like, Velvet is more interesting than Vaggie, and I'm pretty sure Velvet has less screen time. I don't know what the fuck Lily is, whatever, I don't know, but I just know that Lily likes lesbians in inordinate amount. If a character is a lesbian, that's automatically a point to Lily, because, again, breadtuber attitude, like, we have representation, that automatically means good. Which I clearly don't agree with, but, you know, the thing, like, a lot of the hate-dom seems to do that too, like, a character, like, a character can only exist if they're not white or straight to be representation, because, like, people are like, well, Angel Dust is bad gay rep, because not all gay men are like that. It's like, maybe he's not gay rep. Maybe he's just a character who happens to be gay. Have you thought of that? Like, little twinks like him do exist. Like, he's just a specific person who is gay. He's not there to represent all of gay people. You know, like, us gay people, gays and lesbians, we're allowed to be characters in things without having to, like, represent all of our kind and be a paragon of our kind, or else the homophobes win. You know? It's such a bad attitude. Yeah, I really don't care about Lily's personal life. I've made that clear several times. I love lesbians, but I don't like lame-ass lesbians, says Este, making me have to allow it, but yeah. Yeah, again, I have trouble. I do like Husk and Angel Dust a lot, but I think my top characters are, again, between Lucifer and Alistair. I don't know, I don't know, I just like them as characters. It's not even like I relate to them or anything, I just like them as concepts, you know? So, Angel Dust also has a New York accent, so of course all the best characters do.
Mold, but I love how she is simultaneously a take-no-prisoners girl boss and also an insufferable simp. In the pilot, Vaggie was rightfully...
How is she an insufferable simp? She just kind of corrals Charlie. If by simp you means has her girlfriend on, like, a child leash, then yes. But Vaggie is just Chloe Price. Oh, is that the chick from Life is Strange? I wouldn't go that far to bewilder, but thank you for the $2 super chat. Stupid chat. Thank you for the stupid chat. Thank you for stupidly wasting your money on me with a stupid chat. Yeah, really, like, she's not simping over Charlie. Like, she's always, like, calming Charlie down and, like, reining her in when she's getting, like, too hyperactive, you know, because she cares about her. But it's not like simping. She's not like sitting there saying, no, everything Charlie does is flawless. She's always told her, okay, sweetie, calm down, rein it in, babe, you know, you gotta relax a bit there, honey. You know, they work together as a team, you know, so... Hi, Jay. Knock knock, it's Knuckles. Are you Knuckles today, Jay? Is that your kin today? You're not Miles Morales' kin anymore. We're making fun of Lily, Jay, welcome. We haven't got anything crazy yet, just mostly nitpicks on my part. And me explaining comparative religion to people, because I'm just like that. I'm a woman who knows a little about many things.
Sent a $2 super chat.
So, we finally got my super chat readout. The voice isn't working, unless it is working on your end, but I'm not hearing it. Oh, happy birthday, Jay! Everybody say happy birthday to Jay. He's a very talented young animator. He featured a few times in the SU video in chat. Give a round of applause to Jay, everybody. Oh, okay, you can hear the voice? I guess it's not monitored on my end. Hang on. Let's see. Happy birthday, Knuckles. Knuckles, do you know the way? You know the way, Knuckles. You know the way. Unless somebody try to cancel me for that. Alert, since I'm not recording the desktop audio anymore. I'm recording things directly. Okay. So sorry I've been talking over the super chat voice, and I'm still getting used to my new setup here, everybody. And of course, we all know, like, I'm such a very good streamer, and I'm such a professional, and things never ever go wrong on a technical level on my fucking streams ever. So, but oh my god, everybody's saying happy birthday to Jay. Hooray! You should go check out his stuff. He's done some FNAF security malware breached animations on Cougar's channel. That's Celeste Scrolls AU there. Very good shit. Actually, maybe we'll watch some of Jay's stuff later if we have time.
Criticized for her
angels could be Latin, I suppose, even if they're heaven-born. I mean, why not? Who the fuck cares? Doesn't have to make sense. You know? And again, it's an American show, and whether people like it or not, America is a dual-language country. We speak both English and Spanish here. Get over it. You know? I say as someone who really needs to brush up on my Spanish. I don't know if she's supposed to be or not, but does it matter? I mean, a lot more than I expected to. Though I did say if Hazbin had as big a glow up between pilot and final show as Hell of a Boss did, it would be fine. What was I saying? I forget now, whatever. It's in the Bible? Yeah, Spanish is in the Bible, obviously. Okay. The first Bible translations were in Latin, so Anyway. Lags? I'm sorry I am lagging right now. I have a bit of a low, yo hablo un poco de español, but muy poco. I'm not conversational at all. I really should change that. I mean, I still understand the structure of Spanish from learning it as a kid, but vocabulary is my biggest problem. So I did find myself understanding some of the Spanish dialogue in Better Call Saul. Is it lagging? I'm sorry about that, guys. Let me check my Wi-Fi settings real quick. Make sure we're good. No, sorry if it's lagging. Not too much, at least. Maybe it's because I have the video full screen. Maybe I should not have it full screen anymore. Oh, wait, no, we're lagging again. Oh, my Spanish is good, thank you. Muchas gracias. Oh yeah, I know pronunciation, I know grammar. It's just vocabulary. And verb conjugation. I was always really bad at that in Spanish. Verb conjugation in Spanish is so ungodly complicated. Let me just go into my stream settings real quick. Just to make sure. See if there's anything I can do. I don't think there is, though. Sorry about that. The only thing I could do is, restart the stream, which I'm not sure many of you would want, but, I might have to. I'll restart the stream real quick, everybody. Hopefully that'll fix it. No, I'm still dropping frames. I don't know what to tell you. Checking the stream end. Says excellent condition. I don't know. Okay. Whatever. We'll keep going. I'll try not to make it full screen. Maybe that was... I see I'm still dropping frames, but... whatever. Let's continue.
Lot, and her personality is more sardonic. Still violently protective of Charlie, but not flying off the handle at people and scowling the way she used to. In truth, I have mixed feelings about her new personality. Yes, it's good that she's not a racist caricature anymore, but I feel like there could have been more done with her than just making her sarcastic. We're kinda overflowing on sarcastic characters. After Baldur's Gate 3, I think we flooded the snarking at you based economy, but that's small potatoes. Vaggy's story isn't as in-depth at the moment as Charlie or Angel Dust. In the third episode, she's given control of a trust exercise, but because the group is not immediately responsive, she starts getting anxious that she's not doing well by Charlie, because doing well by Charlie is really all she has. Vaggy's devotion to Charlie and her insistence on making Charlie's dreams a reality are, if we're being honest, the only string to her bow. She's not really got a lot going on beyond that. This makes her simple, but it doesn't make her bad. I quite like characters whose primary driving motivation is devotion, whether that devotion is...
Oh, now the video is like going low quality on me. Maybe it is my internet.
Vivian Medrano released the pilot.
But when Vaggy is, it's okay. Tube. Looks like my Twitch stream key expired somehow. Oh, give me a second. Yeah, hang on a second. I gotta fix some shit now. Ah! My internet connection, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm waiting for the chats to catch up to see if I'm back on thing. Hooray! Hooray! Sorry about that, you guys. It was my internet. I switched to I have two channels on my modem. My wireless modem, and I switched to the second one that's supposed to be high speed, but hardly ever works. But here we are! Hooray! So hopefully we can continue now. Would it be one of my streams if there wasn't problems? I think Lily is hacking into me, clearly, trying to stop me. Well, someone with style is treating hell to a broadcast, obviously. That would be me. Anyway, yes. You all come to me because of my incompetence. Let's be real. Come on. That's part of my charm. I can't balance my audio. I can't keep my stream live. This is why you all love me. But yes, thank you for joining me anyway. Anyway, let's continue.
That she's not doing well by Charlie, because doing well by Charlie is really all she has. Vaggy's devotion to Charlie and her insistence on making Charlie's dreams a reality are, if we're being honest, the only string to her bow. She's not really got a lot going on beyond that. This makes her simple, but it doesn't make her bad. I quite like characters whose primary driving motivation is devotion, whether that devotion is healthy, unhealthy.
The devotion! But you bitched and moaned about Pearl still not being over Rose after 14 fucking years, when they had been together for, like, thousands. Lily! Hey, if Lily can bring up Steven Universe, so can fucking I, damn it. Unhealthy devotion is something you like, Lily. I'm not gonna switch to the Radio Demon voice every time, because it takes a second. But... yeah... Yeah, well, thank you for moving to Twitch. When it crapped out, my Twitch, stream key expired. So that was good. Yeah, so... I mean, a character who is unhealthily devoted can be an interesting character to watch. Obviously, it's not something to emulate. Lily usually doesn't understand those nuances, but it turns out for something Lily likes, she can suddenly understand nuance. Imagine that! It's amazing! Yeah.
Or unhealthy, but dealing with it in a healthy way. That's how I handle most of my relationships, both romantic and platonic. Now in the...
Oh, is that how you handle most of your relationships? Unhealthily? Yeah, we know, Lily. We know.
The pilot, Vaggy's backstory was that she was a gay sex worker who went to hell for murdering one of her clients for being abusive.
Was that her backstory in the pilot? I don't remember that coming up. Or was that, like, ancillary... Was that something Vivzy wrote about her beforehand? I don't remember that being in the pilot, because we're saying no, it's not in the pilot. Does anybody who knows Vivzy Pop lore know if that is something she wrote about Vaggy at some point in time? Because I know, like, originally, like, Vaggy was very different, and she was actually with, like, Angel Dust or somebody, but then their characters changed down the line, and Charlie's character was also very different at first, and, you know, because characters sometimes change as you draw them and invent them. She was a sinner, but she wasn't a sex worker who went to hell for killing a client. Yeah, I don't know where Lily's even getting that from. It's Fannin? Like, people just made that up about her? I mean, this wouldn't be the first time that Lily has just, like, taken some cringy Reddit theory and, like, stated it as fact. You know, kind of like, Steven uses mind control to talk down enemies. Derp, derp, derp. Edgy fanfic. Yeah, nothing in the new show or the pilot seems to indicate that she was a prostitute, so I don't know where that's coming. Yeah, it sounds more like Angel's story, doesn't it? Angel's a gay prostitute in hell, I mean.
That was controversial, but that's gone from her character now, and for good reason. See in the...
Wasn't even in her character to begin with, though. I'm not even sure if it was. At least by the pilot, it didn't seem to be. So... You just wanted to bring that up for some reason. Vaggy was from Zoophobia. Weren't most of these characters from Zoophobia, as far as I understand? I don't know much about Zoophobia, because I don't fucking care, and I'm not a furry. If I said before, as much as I shit on furries, I am kind of furry adjacent. I know a lot of people who could be considered furries, or at least draw anthropomorphic animal characters, but, yeah, Lily confuses Fannin for canon. Well, wouldn't it be the first fucking time, would it? Also, this image of the Exorcist is pretty, fucking badass. Yeah, they were all originally from Zoophobia, which is why so many of them have animal features, right? Yeah, because I'm always joking, like, why are there so many furries in heaven and hell? Because Vivian Morano is a fucking furry. Mordano, I can't pronounce anybody's name correctly, we all know this.
Pilot, when they show...
Zoophobia was heavily Hellboy-inspired, really? Because I was asking myself the other day, if Lucifer referencing pancakes was a reference to Hellboy, because there's a little joke comic in Hellboy that the reason why Hellboy can't be reclaimed by hell is because he tasted pancakes on Earth, and there's just no going back after that. Which I've always found very funny. Alistair was killed in a deer hunting ground, so he looks like a deer. I heard that, but that's also, like, I think Alistair dying in a hunting accident, or a quote-unquote hunting accident, and someone just called it that to murder him. I think that's also, like, extra info that isn't actually in the show, though. So, mostly I would like to try to go by stuff that was actually shown to us, you know, and none of that was, ever, so... I don't know what the fuck Lily's talking about, but that doesn't bother me as much as Lily being wrong about something as usual. Because she probably read it somewhere and just, like, took it as fact without looking any further into it, right? Like all these people on the Hazbin hate them Twitter that just believe whatever the fuck anyone says. Vivzy Pop is a Nazi OC, and it turns out to be a fucking producer reference. Vivzy Pop drew like a 17-year-old character in a sexy position when she was like 21. Who the fuck cares? Jesus Christ. Oh no, somebody made cringy bad art when they were in their early 20s. Oh god, no one's ever done that before. And I'm sure none of you people complaining about it have ever done it, and no one will ever dig back through your internet history and catastrophize minor mistakes you have made. I'm sure that'll never happen to you when you hang out with crowds that routinely do that to people. Yeah, I won't take anything from the pilot as gospel personally, because shit could have changed in the final production. Obviously, a lot of character designs changed, and honestly, I didn't realize how different the character designs looked until I started seeing them side by side. But I definitely like the new ones better, personal. No, you said slurs over a decade ago. Oh no. Oh, you said something I don't agree with. That makes you worse than Hitler. Ah.
All the angels, all of them have an X over one eye. And Vaggie also has an X over one eye. So I just kind of assumed for the last 5 years that she's actually an angel.
Well, I mean, yeah, and Carmilla, like, lampshades how kind of obvious the evidence is. When she's talking to Maggie later. She's like, you have an X over your eye and carry an angelic weapon. It's not hard to figure out. I like to think Alistair design is about him having a cult, everybody following him. Well, I think Lily does get into the whole voodoo thing. But, like, maybe he did have a cult. You don't know. He could have been, like, a voodoo priest or something. We don't fucking know. So, I do like Carmilla. I like her voice a lot. Oh, she's so good.
Lo and behold, I
low-key want to draw my Switcheroo Pearl in Carmilla's outfit. I just haven't gotten around to it yet, but yeah, I totally, because Carmilla is just like a fucking murder ballerina. It's great.
Right the entire time. In the 6th episode, it's revealed to the audience.
Oh, Lily was right the entire time. You and like 5 billion other people, Lily. A lot of people guessed that Vaggie was going to turn out to be a former exorcist. Like, it's pretty fucking easy to guess. It's easier to guess than Rose being Pink Diamond, so maybe that's why you feel proud of yourself for understanding it. uh... 40 minutes behind the video, but there is a kind of throwaway line in one of the views. They say my model was torn to shreds. It's gonna be forever for her to pull herself together. It's a terrible pun. I mean, I think people, even before the show came out, people were speculating that Vaggie was actually a former angel or whatever. So, like, yeah. So, like, it looks like Vaggie even like spared a Hellborn, which he's supposed to do. Which makes me think maybe Adam and his girls don't actually follow that rule very closely. Maybe just the ones people would notice. You know? Though there is a theory that Adam was able to be defeated because he attacked a Hellborn. Because his mask, like, glitches right before Lucifer comes to fight him. So it could be he broke the contract by attacking Charlie. So... Cannibals aren't Hellborn? I've heard... Oh, okay. Because I've heard mixed things on that. If the cannibal people are Hellborn or not. But I've also heard theories that people who are owned by a particular overlord will start to look like them, and that seems to be very consistent. Because, like, every overlord's minions seem to be themed to them, so it seems like whoever owns someone's soul, they start to look like that person. Which makes a lot of sense to me. And maybe overlords, like, snatch souls as soon as they come to hell, and so they just take on the form of whatever the overlord's theme is. That would make a lot of sense, actually. Yeah, we see them with babies and kids. And sinners can't reproduce. Maybe the cannibals are just like some weird offshoot. I don't know, because they are kind of segregated into their own town. So maybe there's both. Maybe there's both Hellborn and sinner cannibals. I don't know. Yeah, Angel has the gold tooth of Valentino in his color scheme. And Vox has some minions with his color scheme. And all the cannibals look like Rosie, who looks kind of like a Dia de los Muertos sugar skull. I love that. They're like sugar skulls. They're like sugar skulls mixed with like old like 1800s postcard art. It's great. I like it a lot. They look like something out of Over the Garden Wall almost. But a little more like, evil. Well, I'm going down a rabbit hole here. There's a wiki for a Hazbin fanfic that hasn't even been published. Well, okay. People say Rosie was a cult leader and the whole cult died together. That would also make sense. And maybe, they have babies because those cannibal babies also died with the cult, and so they're just babies in hell forever. Why not? Who cares? It's and now I'm not that mad. I'm just kind of worked up. And I'm talking about the cannibals, so of course I'm thinking about them having New York accents. But yeah, so I don't know. Like, I don't think the rules have to make complete sense in the show. I really don't. It's obviously still a bit of a comedy, and you don't have to have, like, a hard magic system here. It's not necessary, But I like this idea that Rosie's followers are all just a cult she had in life. That would make a lot of sense, too. This sucks, Essie. We'll see you later. You can always watch the VOD. I'll leave the VODs up. The video's lagging on you still. Sorry, I apparently have high bars now, so I don't know. But...
And then later Charlie, that Vaggie was an angel taking part in the yearly extermination, but who was cast out for sparing the life of a child. Vaggie had been keeping this a secret from Charlie because Charlie is completely heartbroken by the yearly extermination, and Vaggie had taken part in it multiple times, so when...
Yeah, Vaggie has taken part in genocide. Multiple times. Should she be redeemable, Lily? I mean, she took part in a genocide. She actively killed people and was part of a genocide, Lily. I thought that made a character completely unforgivable, Lily. Oh, but she's a boring lesbian, so it's okay when she does it, I guess, probably.
When she finds out at the end of the episode, she is understandably devastated. At time of writing, this has ended on a cliffhanger with a lot of people concerned that this will mean the two will split up. However, I don't think it will. I think Charlie will be furious for being...
Oh, so Lily wrote this before even watching the last episodes. Okay. I hope you, wrote more after the final episodes came out. Otherwise you're gonna look really dumb. Poison. I'll have to listen back to it to see if it's funny enough. But even if it's just like a little 6-minute one, like the Verbal Ace one, we'll see.
Being lied to, but given that her whole deal is her insistence that people can change and that the angels can be convinced of that, finding out that her girlfriend was her first real success in both of those things, and that further success will only engender more faith in her cause will, I assume at least, end up being a positive thing for the both of them. Sure, they will likely split for...
But I assume at least, I assume what's gonna happen here So this part was definitely written before the last 2 episodes came out. So, like, but then, yeah, then Lily's mentioning, and so, Lily, did you write this whole script before the last 2 episodes were out, and then quickly, like, just add some shit? Oh, I'm very confused. Like, you could have, like, just edited your script. You could have edited your script. Remember pool hopping? Did you watch pool hopping, Lily? I don't know why I'm doing Plinkett right now, but I should be doing Radio Veman voice again. That would be pretty funny. Well, 40 minutes late into the stream, but I'm only 12 minutes into Lily's video because, you know, I'm reacting, so let's keep going.
A little while, but I doubt that such a thing will be permanent. People like Charlie and Vaggy's relationship, and for all of Madrano's flaws as a writer, she doesn't really strike me
when you've seen the last 2 episodes.
And that intuition proved to be right. They were apart for 1 episode, and then they came to an understanding after doing some soul-searching. People were telling...
What the hell was all that speculation about, then? Yeah, I don't get it.
Telling me that they were afraid the whole thing would be this protracted relationship drama, and like, it's an 8-episode season. Nothing is protracted. Furthermore, that's just not how most people write relationships. That's just your weird thing.
That's just their weird thing? Lily! Wouldn't you normally want, like, a protracted relationship drama? Isn't that all you want out of stories? You can't, I swear, Lily's just a contrarian. She just has opinions based on, like, whether she likes or hates something. She'll just contradict herself in general. It's so transparent. Yeah, rather than remove that part about speculation, say, oh, I speculated about this and then I was right. It was completely pointless. That whole section was completely pointless. I don't know. Like I said, Vaggy is a little undercooked as a character anyway, and I didn't expect them to break up personally, so I don't know.
We got to Angel Dust. Of all the characters in the show, Angel Dust is the...
Here's where we're gonna get... Okay, so is this where the insanity starts? It's usually in the middle of a Lily video that insanity starts. I'm scared of what Lily's gonna say about Angel Dust. Let's go.
Most interesting to talk about, because when he first showed up, he was immediately critically panned for just being the slutty and gay sass boy that feels like he walked right out of a Family Guy sketch.
Oh, hey, hiya, what's happening, boyfriend?
But shortly afterward, they released him.
Like he walked out of a Family Guy sketch, and then you showed 2.5 men. What? What is this editing, Lily?
Music video about him blowing shit up with Cherry Bomb that had a few flashes of him crying, and people started to come around on him. I took a little while longer. Hints had been dropped in the second episode that Angel's association with his employer, Valentino, was an abusive situation. Angel had stopped living at the porn studio and chose to live in Charlie's hotel as a way to get some respite from Valentino. He doesn't leave completely because he can't, because his soul belongs to him, because that's how hell works. Because of this, he is being relentlessly pursued by Valentino, who keeps leaving messages to come back that flip back and forth between being extremely angry and trying to pretend to be nice. A typical abuse tactic of trying to be warm and welcoming before snapping right back to rage when it doesn't get you what you want.
That's something you'd know a lot about, huh, Lily? Ever seen how Lily treats her fans? Just people that send asks. It's like, she's always very rude to people. Like, no matter what they're asking or who they are, she's always extremely rude to them. And just expects them to, like, know, like, I'm tired of getting this question and you're an idiot for even asking it. It's like, not everyone follows everything you do, you know? Have a concept of mind, you know that other people don't always have the same information you do in your brain. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna totally get into Lily's sister, because again, this is a situation I really don't know much about, and I am not equipped in any regard to talk about, really. But I will say, I do think Lily's, a lot of what Lily says about being abused is a complete Darvo. It just comes across that way to me. I can't say for a fact that it is, but that's just the feeling I get. Let's move on. Hopefully Lily will say something funny I can yell at.
A tactic I had been subjected to about 750,000 times.
You mean you've done 750,000 times and you've darvoed it to make yourself the victim, probably.
Throughout my life. It isn't until the 4th episode when he's called back into work that any of this starts to go anywhere. Charlie goes to try and get him time off, only for Valentino to assume that Angel is trying to use the Princess of Hell as a cudgel against him, and absolutely flies off the handle. It's here that we see Charlie and Angel's friendship is a lot more genuine than we come to expect, as when Charlie sees Valentino pushing Angel around, she becomes immediately enraged by it, and probably would have fucked.
Well, I assume Charlie's friendship with him isn't genuine. Like, I can't, like, Lily, this says so much about your own character that you think Charlie has an ulterior motive and any bone in her body. Charlie is exactly what she appears to be. Charlie is one of those very rare, positive, naive people that you can't help but like in the end, because they just somehow manage to be so upbeat and just find the silver lining in everything. And even if you're a cynical bastard yourself, you can't help but be charmed by them, and that is exactly what is happening to all these characters. It's Charlie they become devoted to, not her stupid hotel dream, which is probably not gonna work in the long run, even though we see Serpentius at the end. Yes, we, the audience, know her plan has a chance of working, but her and her friends still have no idea. So her friends are just supporting her because she's her. Not because of her plan, not because they want something out of her, because she is just a genuine person. You know, and yeah, we laugh at her for that sometimes. We're meant to underestimate her just like everybody else does. You know, but then she surprises us. Charlie doesn't have an internal monologue. It would just be a dial tone. Charlie is exactly who she appears to be on the surface. There is no trickery going on here. There is no, like, Lily, what does it say about you that you think someone like Charlie, like, wouldn't have been genuine all along about liking Angel Dust? Like, she doesn't even detect it when Cherry Bomb makes fun of her to her face. She's like, because Charlie's like, oh, Angel never brings his friends around here. And Cherry's like, yeah, I wonder why. And Charlie's like, no. Like, she is literally like this. She is literally like this. That's why she's so funny. And that's why it's funny she was born in hell. Like, the whole point is she is like this despite of where she was born and who she was born to and her status. Despite all of that, she is this cheerful, positive, upbeat person. And maybe she's covering up for some of her own insecurities and issues by being a people pleaser and a helper. Sure, you know, kind of like Steven Universe. But she is genuinely like this. And that is the whole point. You are supposed to doubt her because she is so naive. They expect the audience to be a bit cynical because she's... But I have known people like Charlie. I have literally known people like Charlie who are just these little rays of sunshine somehow, and who just are untainted by the world, you know? And they seem impossible, but they do happen. Alright, let's keep going.
Killed Valentino had Angel not gotten in the way. At the end of the episode, they have this really heartfelt moment together that's just...
Right? I'm so sorry, Angel. I promise I won't ever...
Charlie, it's fine. I get it. Thanks for caring about me.
I'm saying she's literally like this.
Oh, I really like their friendship now. The rest of the episode actually deals with the way Angel tries to act like he's in control when people take advantage of him in this self-destructive bullshit cycle, as being trapped in a contract to Valentino means...
Yeah, I know the audio is crackling. I don't know why it's doing it on my end on Lily's video. I turned it up to 72p, but I don't want it to be, like, draining too much of my connection either. I don't know if it's Lily's video being choppy or if it's my fucking internet. Sorry about that.
He's scraping for any sense of autonomy he can find, even if that means seeing someone trying to drug him and just letting it happen. For the third time, I find myself deeply relating to a character who is being abused and yet trying desperately to convince themselves that they have any control of the situation. Angel is on this self-destructive bullshit cycle out of an idea that if he breaks himself enough, then Valentino won't want to break him anymore, that he'll lose interest.
Thing is, though, Angel, like, literally says that out loud. Like, he states that. He's like, maybe if I break myself, I won't be his favorite anymore. And honestly, I think that dialogue is a little too on the nose. But apparently people like Lily need that in order to understand character motivation and theme. You need the characters to just actually, like, announce what they're thinking and what their motivation is. Reminds me of my favorite line from Futurama, actually. You can't just have your characters announce how they feel! That makes me feel angry! That would be the robot devil, instantly. Yeah, I mean, listen, I know, like, maybe it sounds callous, but I don't believe Lily for a hot fucking second about being abused from everything I've heard. I have learned a lot more about Lily since I made my SU video, and yeah, to quote Lily, I don't believe a fucking word that comes out of your mouth, Lily. Just like you don't believe Rebecca Sugar for some reason. Mm-hmm.
And that was a sentiment that made me flash back to being 14 years old and praying that the person extorting me would come to think I wasn't fun to hurt anymore before I became any more insane. I have heard rumblings from Twitter.
Were you a 14-year-old prostitute, Lily? I kind of doubt that. How were you being extorted when you were 14, Lily? What the fuck would you even have to your name that would be valuable? As a 14-year-old Canadian. Oh, yeah, the coffin of Andy and Lele. I don't even care about that. I know there was some weird controversy because incest or something. I literally do not care. Oh, Cat Peasant says, I loved Angel's breakdown scene so much. Blake's voice acting was amazing. Yes! Like, when Angel's doing the whole thing telling Charlie to go and he's really stressed because, you know, obviously Valentino is hitting him and telling him, get your little friend out of here, you know? Like, just the change in tone and how much his accent is coming out, which is so real. I was so impressed by Blake Roman's acting. I was like, holy shit, he can play like the fun, goofy side of this character, but he can also like bring the drama so good. I'm not saying Michael Kovac couldn't have done it, but still, I was very impressed. So, I think Lily was abused by some people when she was a kid, but that doesn't give her an excuse to the abuse she inflicted on others. Yeah, Drawing with Green, I can't say definitively, but I just know I don't believe Lily. I just don't. So, I don't know. But I'm also not gonna get into it, because again, it's not really my business, and it's not my expertise, and I wouldn't be able to speak intelligently on it. So,
Twitter, ever the place where nuance and reading comprehension goes to die, that this episode glorifies Angel's abuse, but either Twitter's gotten even dumber since—
Hang on a second. For me, you talk about Angel VA is funny, since in my country, Angel and Steven Universe share the same voice actor. That's amazing. I like that a lot. Imagine Zach Callison voicing Angel Dust.
I left, or my ADHD bitch ass completely missed something, because there is nothing—
No, you're ADHD now, Lily. Honestly, I think you're fucking autistic, Lily, because you couldn't read Garnet's facial expressions with her glasses on, according to you. Just saying. I say this as an autistic person.
Glorifying about Angel's abuse. Speaking as a victim of the kind of psychological and sexual abuse Angel's going through, all of his scenes were viscerally hard to watch, and his breakdown actually triggered an adolescent PTSD flashback. I think what they're talking about is Poison, a big bombastic musical number where Angel sings about how, I know this is bad, but I'm just so addicted. But the entire time, that self-destructive attitude is constantly breaking, right down to the point where at the very end, Angel just collapses on the balcony crying for all of this to stop.
Well, it's not even just like he's addicted to doing it, but like, he's under contract. I mean, this is another thing people don't seem to understand, because like, you have like the sex work is work crowd, and this might be a hot take, but you have like the sex work is work crowd, but then they also have this visceral reaction to showing what that industry is really like. And you can see this in Poison. Under all the glitz and glam is nothing but exploitation and abuse, and that is what the sex industry is. This happens to people. This happens to people who get prostituted. This happens to people who get sex trafficked. They end up trapped in this lifestyle, and on the surface they try to make it look fun and hot, but the reality of it is it's nothing but abuse and exploitation that is rotting you from the inside. You know, and that's why a lot of people want to get out of it. Like Angel, he wants to get out of it, but he can't. He's stuck there, so he might as well self-destruct, because he can't do anything else. This happens to people in real life, you know? They tried to regulate the sex industry. They tried to make porn studios use condoms, and they, like, threatened to, like, not film in California anymore. And honestly, look, stuff like Pornhub has gotten caught with actual child porn. And you don't know where these videos have been made or what conditions they were made under. You know, it is an industry rife with abuse and rife with exploitation and rife with rape, and that is just the reality. But a lot of people don't want to acknowledge that. You know, so hot fucking take. But I don't think the sex industry is very good. And I think Angel Dust's story is a very good demonstration of that. And I think a reason why a lot of people find it distasteful is because they don't like to hear that. But Lily is reading this as just abuse and not like a larger commentary on the fucking sex industry, which I think it is, to be honest. Yeah, both Addict and Poison show the sex industry in a bad light, and I think that's on purpose, you know, and I agree with it, personally. But just saying, oh, this is just representation of abuse in general, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think this is very targeted. Did you know that Angel relationship with Val inspired relationship in high school? I don't know, Alistair, the Ratio Demon. Honestly, I will not believe any rumor about Vivziepop without proof at this point, because people just make up shit about her all the time, or they'll take something like the producer's reference we talked about earlier and, like, twist it into, Vivziepop has Nazi OC, she's a Nazi, she's a bad person, don't watch her show, you're bad for liking her stuff. You know, these people are just fucking insane. Yeah, Fizzaroli is also exploited, but it's not on the same level as Angel Dust, because, like, even Asmodeus, right? Asmodeus! We're watching Breaking Bad videos again. Asmodeus, he says, like, lust has nothing to do with, like, force, so he's very against, you know, the kind of thing Valentino is doing, probably. So, notably. So... Didn't someone create a gay Nazi OC? No, we went over this earlier, Jaden. It was just a fucking Sausage Party reference to the fucking producers, and people are stupid. It's not anyone else's fault you're uncultured. Hate them, you know? Yeah, Ozzy has fucking standards, that's right. To me, the song is him saying, I can leave whenever I want, just choosing to stay here because it feels good as a coping mechanism. Well, yeah, but I mean, he literally is under soul contract. He can't leave. He can't stop. You know, so just going to the hotel is like his little act of rebellion against Valentino. So, yeah, and I don't think, see, I said this earlier, I have a whole problem with Angel Dust being considered representation at all. Like, a gay character can exist without having to represent all gay people everywhere ever, you know? Like, gay people can just exist and just be there without having to have, like, a wider political purpose. You realize this, right? You know, like, we exist in real life as non-political entities. I don't know. Marlon, I think that's kind of hard to separate, to be perfectly honest. And if you read a lot of stuff about people who used to be in the porn industry, especially women, you will find that a lot of the times they were made to do things that they didn't want to do, and were made to have their exit interview say, "Oh yeah, I totally enjoyed this," because they were threatened not to be paid unless they did. So yeah, I don't think you can really weed the abuse out of the system, personally. But again, my personal opinion. You can have yours, but that is mine. Anyway, I'm getting too heavy into subjects again, but yeah.
I'm sorry, guys, but the entire episode is about how Angel's decadent hedonism is a fucking lie he tells everyone, including himself, to feel a sense of control. These are the same people, mind, who often whine about the death of media literacy because someone like me pointed out something in a work that they completely missed and they can't.
Lily, you are the epitome of having no fucking media literacy. The only reason you understand Angel Dust's story is he literally stated it out loud. Like, he literally, before Loser Baby, he literally says, like, oh, I'm just trying to break myself so Valentino won't like me anymore. It's like he's reading off his own character description. It drives me crazy. I wish his dialogue there had been a little more subtle. Just a little more subtle, you know? And nobody said, White is an estranged mom. Gems don't have one-to-one human relationship. You can view her as sort of a mother figure, but Lily doesn't understand metaphors. So I don't even know what the fuck the second one is, and the third one is the Lele thing, which I don't care about. So, I don't. Lily, again, I don't feel bad about bringing up SU, because Lily always brings up SU, even when it's completely irrelevant. Like, you are such a bad video essayist, Lily. You can never stay on the fucking topic. And you just go into, like, weird references that nobody but you understands. You know? Oh, who cares about WoW these days? Who has cared about WoW in, like, 10 fucking years? How is it relevant? The only two people I know who play it are non-gamers. They barely play any other video games, and they're out there trying to convince me that WoW is, like, really deep, you know? It is really fun, and I'm trying to explain to them that WoW has been surpassed by many far better games by now. But World of Warcraft, Razor. Used to be the most popular MMO in the world. Not so relevant anymore. I think Kingdom Hearts comes up again in this one.
Can't deal with that. I have said in the past to be wary of someone who looks at actual romanticized abuse and says, oh, well, I'm a survivor of this, so inject it straight into my veins, actually. I said this about people who claim to be abuse survivors who thought Cachadora was true love instead of two people getting caught in the abusive power plays of their mother. I said this about people who claim to be incestuous abuse survivors.
I don't know anything about Lele, and I can't comment.
Instead of cheering on the ending where he gets to cut her damn throat. But this is the opposite of glorified. Romanticized, well, yes, but anything that is meant to be consumed for entertainment is going to romanticize something to an extent because it has to be entertaining. And the thing about abuse is that it's actually quite boring and undramatic. Someone who is actually trying to cope with an inescapable situation.
Abuse is boring and undramatic? In fiction or just in general? I don't understand that statement. Does abuse have to be interesting? Is it obligated to be? Abuse can also be very mundane. I was just talking not to go. I mean, if I do cut a video, I wouldn't cut this part in because I don't like to go off topic like Lily does. But I was just saying, I've been watching fucking, like, you know, analysis videos on Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul again because for some reason it's just background noise. It scratches my brain sometimes. And in Better Call Saul, you have a very, very well-written abusive relationship between Jimmy McGill and his older brother. And it is such realistic abuse. Like, his brother is constantly gaslighting him and talking down to him and wants him to be under him and is threatened by him succeeding in any way similar to him. And the way he, like Chuck McGill is even slimier than fucking Walter White. In a way. But you can also feel bad for him in some ways. It's like, it's such a realistic depiction of how abuse happens and how it can go kind of undetected by both people on either side, the abuser and the abused. You know, because Chuck doesn't think he's doing anything wrong, but he obviously has a very deep-seated vendetta against his brother, but he convinces himself he's doing the right thing because his brother is dangerous, you know? I'm sure plenty of you have not even seen what the fuck I'm talking about. I see someone, how do Mine forever, Chuck and Jimmy, oh my heart. Yeah, I know, right? Like, God, I did not expect to enjoy Better Call Saul as much as I did. I mostly enjoyed the visual storytelling of it, but yeah, the Chuck and Jimmy relationship is one of the best written abusive relationships on television, I think. And again, it shows how abuse in real life can be mundane. It can be so mundane. And people can see it happening right in front of them and still not do anything about it because, you know, the who these people are is too complicated, or you know, Jimmy still steadfastly takes care of his brother despite how his brother treats him. You know, it's so good. Yeah, if you're a writer, watch Better Call Saul. If you want to make good comic book panels, watch Better Call Saul. I swear to God, I'm going to go back through that show one of these days and do studies of the frame composition, because it's so good. The way they use shape and the way they place characters, you could learn so much artistically from it. You could translate so much of it into comic paneling. That is one thing that very much impressed me when I watched it. They even use split screen a lot in the show, almost like comic panels. It just everything, like it's such a slice of life drama. It's not as like high octane as Breaking Bad, but they frame the mundane in such a deliberate way. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, you like so much of it doesn't even have dialogue. So much of Better Call Saul is pure visual storytelling. It's excellent. Excellent. I still think I kind of like Breaking Bad a little more, but I tend to like cheesy shit better. And you know, after season 3, Better Call Saul fell off a little bit for me, but it was still very, very good. And the acting is great. Honestly, just fucking watch Better Call Saul, everybody. I'm getting completely off topic now, but that's expected. Like I said, if I cut a video, I'm gonna probably cut that out completely.
Situation doesn't really sing about how they're doing that. People who trauma bond might be on some level aware they're being abused, but they haven't really accepted it. Even abusive relationships still have to go through the 5 stages of grief. In a single episode, Angel has gone from a joke character to a far more real and visceral depiction of an abuse victim than I've ever seen. Right down to actively
Was he a joke character, though? Not really. I mean, how do I feel about Slippin' Jimmy, the animated show? I heard it was dog shit. I have no interest in it. So, I don't think he was a joke character. Like, he said funny things, but like even early on, like when Serpentius finally joins the hotel after he's caught being a spy, she's like, I think Charlie calls Pentious like their first guest, or their first real guest, and Angel's like, what about me? And she's like, well, Angel, you're an important part of our family, but, you know, it's good to have someone who takes the hotel seriously. And, you know, Charlie wasn't being passive-aggressive there. She was just being Charlie. But Angel clearly takes that to heart and feels a little shitty about himself after hearing her say that. You know, so he still had depth even when he was being like a pain in the ass to everybody.
Buffing someone who looked at him and thought, I can fix him.
Yeah, you're right. Mimsy is a joke character, and fucking Nifty is a joke character. You know, Nifty has no depth to her at all. If anybody's comic relief, it's fucking Nifty.
Not realizing that he has to want to be fixed first. He has to believe things can actually be better, and part of being abused is being constantly psychologically battered with the notion that it just can't be. I've said this before, and that characters who put a mask on their feelings are great, but the audience has to see that mask crack with relatively quickly. Without this episode, Angel Dust is obnoxious. With it, he's obnoxious with purpose. Hell, with it, Charlie's
always obnoxious with purpose. You think this wasn't planned? I swear to God, Lily seems to think animated episodes are written in isolation. Like, one after another. Like, they write an episode and go, okay, now what? Like, again, Lily does not understand animation production. Or how long it takes. Or how much planning it takes. Like, they would have the scripts all finalized before they even started storyboarding, probably. It's only an 8-episode series. Ugh. So it's not like they reinterpreted his character later. All 8 episodes were probably planned together. You know? Nifty was God striking down Adam for his boasting, yeah, probably. What if Nifty is secretly God? I don't know. Sounds like Family Guy. I think Lily likes Family Guy, which also would tell you a lot about Lily's taste.
Line in the first episode about not wanting to exploit him, and then cringing when Angel yanked.
No, Lily, half shiny Umbarian, whatever the fuck you're a Pokemon. Lily actually likes episodic stuff. Lily hates story-driven stuff, but yet makes an exception for this. For whatever reason, I guess because she likes it. So, you know. What Lily says about media depends on whether she likes it or not, and she will just completely contradict herself from video to video. that's what it appears to be to me. No, who's sending me a message? Okay, I was making sure it wasn't Skrill sending me something funny.
Hammers on about how he was made to be exploited carries a much different air to it. I'm kind of iffy on the first 3 episodes, but this one is so good. More stuff like this, please. More genuine, heartfelt sentiment to it. The entire show suffers from a problem I've talked about before, in its sentimental moments being ruined by a need to keep sarcastically rolling its eyes. But you don't need to sarcastically eye roll against anything that might—
it's not like the Marvel problem where, like, they undercut anything at all serious with, like, well, that just happened, or, well, now what, you know, or they fly now, you know? That wasn't Marvel, but you know what I mean. Like, it isn't that kind of show where they're like they cut out all sincerity with a joke. It's not that kind of show at all, actually. It's very sincere from the start. Just because they swear doesn't mean they're not being sincere. What are you talking about?
Come off as cringe. You don't need self-protective irony. People already like you. I adore this shit. I want Angel to get free. I want him to be happy. Please let him get free of his abuser. This one is the first one that really hits its stride because it stays focused on a single topic without drifting away from it like the 3 before it do. If there's anything to take from this, it's that this should be—
Well, we needed the setup of the V's, though. We kind of did need the setup of the V's. I mean, Velvet is the one who challenges Carmilla on having killed the Angel. It's kind of an important part of the plot. Like, all of this is interconnected. Like, yeah, sure, when we were first watching the episodes, we were like, okay, this is kind of jumping around a lot, but when you actually watch— Is it dead? I'm not dead, am I? I think you're dead, a weird witch. If you actually watch all 8 episodes together, there's tons of setup, and it's all interconnected, but you have to actually watch them all in a row. Watching them from week to week, yeah, it might seem a little disjointed, but like I said, I rewatched the whole series last night to prepare for this. And, like, yeah, it all works together, actually. Yeah, that's the thing James pulling. I know the reason why so many characters were crammed in is because they weren't sure if they were going to get more than 1 season. I understand that. But we do now have the benefit that all of these players have now been set up for a 2nd season, and there are so many ways they could go with this. There's so many things they could play with. That makes me very, very excited. Yeah, I do more research for Scream than Lily does her videos. Yeah, I know, right?
The model moving forward. Focus on telling one part of the story at a time instead of trying to weave this complicated narrative together. You're a series with separate episodes. Learn to compartmentalize. That's the
No, that shouldn't compartmentalize. You're supposed to... It's not episodic. You're supposed to take all of these episodes together when they're done. Just because you were watching them from week to week doesn't mean that's a problem. Why didn't you rewatch the whole show before writing this, Lily? It's not even... Hazbin isn't even that complex. It just has a lot of characters. Like, yeah, maybe Velvet was a little unnecessary, but we got Respectless out of it, and Respectless is awesome. So I don't care. I think the pacing is fine for most of the show. It's a little quick in places, but I think for the most part it works. And like I said earlier, if you watch all 8 episodes of Hazbin together, it's basically a 3.5-hour long stage show. It's like watching Hamilton. Watch it all together and treat it as one long musical, and it makes perfect fucking sense. It really, really does. No, I love Velvet. I love Velvet. I'm just saying, we do have too many characters here. That is one criticism I do agree with. We have too many fucking characters. It was a little hard to keep up with everybody at first, to me. And what do I think of the SU Critical tag on Tumblr? I don't know. I never look at it. I don't care. You might point me in the direction of some other people to yell at, maybe, but I think Hiding in Public's got it covered, though. Hiding in Public just uploaded another SU video recently that I have to watch. Maybe the first 3 episodes were a bit at first, but like when I rewatched them, like, knowing where it goes, it was a little better. I think it's just you're kind of trying to find a hook in the first few episodes, and they're throwing so many things at you that it feels a little overwhelming. That's what I think, personally. But again, that's just a minor criticism. I think overall, the whole season is fantastic, and I do think it works as one long musical. So, but that's my opinion.
Advantage of a series. It's still too early to really judge Angel Dust, however. Madrana was kind of like Rebecca Sugar, where there's a 50-50 chance of this story turning out to be the best thing you've ever seen, or being the most poorly executed nightmare shit show in the universe. But there's...
Yeah, well, and the hate-dumb treats Rebecca Sugar, treats Vivzy the exact same way as you treats Rebecca Sugar, which is why it's really funny that you're on Vivzy's side, but still hate Rebecca Sugar. You know, it's just really funny, because it's the same exact fucking hate mob. It's the same hate mob. It's the same fucking hate mob as SU Crit. I said before, the Hazbin Hotel hate-dom is just SU Crit microwaved. That's all it is. Oh, actually, this might be a good stopping point. I'm going to take a break real quick, you guys, because I have to go feed the dog. But I will be right back, and we will finish this up. And, of course, my outdoor cat was waiting on the back porch just in time for dinner as usual. He's like that. We're going to die from alcohol positioning. Yeah, you really did spell that wrong. Okay. Who's the anime guy? That's the Coffin of Lele shit again that I don't... Oh wait, no, this one. I have no idea who that is. Is that... No, I can't even begin to guess who that is. I thought Lily hates anime. Spy X Family? Okay, I haven't watched. Is it Spy X Family or is it just Spy Family? I don't know how to pronounce it. That's right. Lily did a video on that recently that completely tanked. Which is funny. Oh, I should have put 2 and 2 together, Jaden, that Jaden's art blog would be you. I know we be the meme. Lily said earlier, oh, I watched one episode of Hell of a Boss and it was neat, and then I didn't watch any more, and then I heard it got dramatic, and haha, that's dumb. That's all Lily had to say about Hell of a in this, so. For the record, I like Hell of a Boss. I like it a lot. I know it's pretty flawed. I don't care. I like it. Fuck you. Like I've said before, sometimes entertainment can just be fucking entertainment, okay? I wasn't even like a Brandon Rogers fan before. I never even fucking heard of him, but he's hilarious. I love him.
There's enough to make me file him into the same box of, okay, I'll see where you're going with this. All in all, what little of the show there is pretty good. I've heard rumblings from people that the show runs too fast and introduces too many characters to keep track of, as most of the wider cast is backported from Medrano's comics and other shows, but I honestly think that's not a real problem.
Really? Lily thinks pacing is not a real problem when it comes to Hazbin Hotel. But when it comes to Steven Universe, somehow, the Crewniverse should have been able to write around how the network decided to air the final episode. Because Lily has no idea how animation production works. Like I said, I do agree that Hazbin has some pacing issues, but I also don't think they were a detriment overall. But yeah. Yeah, Brandon Rogers is Katie Killjoy now, which is great. It was a great little cameo for him. Somebody did some great fan art of, like, Blitzo just taking Katie Killjoy's job, and, like, he was dressed in drag like her with, like, melons on his shirt. It was really fucking funny. I'll have to find that later.
There's a phenomenon in fandom that I'm going to call the Kingdom Hearts Union Cross problem. In Kingdom Hearts 3, there's...
Simple and clean is the way that you feel tonight. No, do we have to talk about Kingdom Hearts again? No! Here it is, everybody. This is where Lily gets all of her narrative plot expectations from fucking Kingdom Hearts, from fucking Nomura, the character designer who draws belts on everything, and they let him write great games for some reason. Okay. Hopefully this isn't a very long section.
There's a bit toward the end where Sora gets help from the long-dead army of Keyblade wielders to finally kill the Demon Tide after 2 games of it annoying the shit out of you. Now, to hardcore fans, this means you had to finish Union Cross. Otherwise, this wouldn't make sense. However, even if you hadn't played it, by this point, most people knew about the Keyblade War and what all those old keys represent, and in case you're particularly stupid, the game just tells you.
What was that?
Keyblade wielders. From long ago.
In the
but I watched my best friend Matt play KH3 because he'll stream games for me sometimes. In fact, he streamed the demo for the next Final Fantasy VII Remake game for me recently. That was fun. So I watched Matt play it. Matt is my PlayStation proxy gamer. And yeah, it just, like, we understood it was the mobile game because we had heard of it, but we didn't know anything about it. And, like, literally, out of nowhere, they just tie in the mobile game and throw up a bunch of, like, Patreon names of players from it. I think they were trying to do, like, a Nier Automata thing, where, like, you know, other players help you, but it wasn't nearly as emotional or effective as it was in Nier Automata. So, yeah. Kingdom Hearts 3 was ass, guys. I'm sorry. It was ass. And the fact that it had to, like, tie in all these stupid, like, mobile and handheld games that came out in the 10 years between 2 and 3 was just awful. Just awful. The whole game was awful. My friend slogged his way through it. Luckily had there for me there to help him make fun of it. Like, come on, you cannot defend the Frozen level. I think the Frozen level is officially worse than the fucking Little Mermaid level in Kingdom Hearts 2, because at least the Little Mermaid level in Kingdom Hearts 2 had the funny cringe factor to it. So, I don't know.
Eyes of the fandom, small details become massive, earth-shattering revelations that require intense record-keeping. This is part of the way fandom likes to act exclusive. So when a character from Hell of a Boss shows up, you need to know that character's entire deal or their moment.
No characters from Hell of a Boss show up in Hazbin Hotel because they can't. Because one is an indie production and the other one is owned by A24. So yeah, they technically take place in the same universe, and like, Carmilla Carmine has been like mentioned in Helluva, but there are no characters from Helluva Boss in Hazbin Hotel. I think Lily is just assuming there are, because Lily hasn't watched Helluva Boss beyond the first fucking episode. Well, yeah, Fizzaroli bot, sure, but that's not Fizz himself, so in a copyright sense, they can still do that. And Val calls it Kitty. He doesn't call it like a Fizzbot. He doesn't call it Fizzaroli. He calls it Kitty, which he probably named it that. So, no, they're careful about it. No actual characters from Hell of a Boss show up in... We saw, like, maybe one imp in the background, too. We haven't really seen a lot of imps or anything. So, they are in the same universe, but they can't cross over. It just is a whole legal... There's a whole legal thing with that. They cannot cross over. There's just too many... Probably a lot of SAG rules, too. So, I would assume Hell of a Boss is a SAG production because Richard Horvitz is in it under his own name. Unless he's just able to get around that somehow. But... I think a lot of the other people in it are SAG as well, but I don't know. But just whatever, for lots of legal reasons, you can't cross over Hell of a Boss and Hazbin Hotel right now anyway. Maybe in the future they might be able to, but like no Hazbin Hotel characters are going to show up in Hell of a Boss either unless something changes, because just from a legal standpoint, that's just way too much red tape.
On screen won't make any sense. However, most people aren't stupid and can infer the necessary information from context alone, especially regarding characters whose roles are small and whose presence isn't significant. Most people will just disappear the characters that aren't at present important to the story into the memory hole until the story needs them again. And they won't need a refresher because people's memories aren't as bad as you think they are. It's that point where fandom and what they consider important brushes up against reality. If a character only...
You constantly use fanon in your assessments of shows. Like, half the shit you said about the SU movie was just shit you read on Reddit. That wasn't true. Like, saying Spinella's suicidal. Like, yeah, that was angsty fucking fan art. That didn't actually happen in the movie.
appears for one scene, that character isn't important. If a character's main focus is their rivalry with a main character, we just accept that it'll come up later. This even extends to characters who are important. Watching some other videos on Hazbin Hotel, the amount of time we need to spend with a character is disproportionately small compared to the amount of time the hardcore fans seem to think is necessary. Valentino, for example, is seen in other Vivziepop work, and he's a real bastard, but the reasons why he's such a
drawn him before, but he isn't in Hell of a Boss. Lily, can you do any fucking research before you open your mouth about something? Like, is it that difficult? Is that like, again, Lily talking about the Dunning-Kruger effect in that old video I saw, it was absolutely hilarious. Because Lily is the Dunning-Kruger effect. Yeah, like, I'm sure Vivzie has drawn Valentino before Hazbin Hotel was officially produced. That doesn't mean he's in others of her works. Like, again, Lily is just assuming these characters cross over with Hell of a Boss, because Lily hasn't watched Hell of a Boss or done any research. I mean, technically these characters exist in the same universe, so you could assume they might show up in each other's shows, but like I said, that just isn't going to happen without some sort of mitigating circumstance. So... yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Marlon. I don't like how a lot of the lore about Hell is outside of the show. I think they should have put a little more effort into fitting it in. But I still think Hazbin, as it is, works very well. And like I said, it kind of works like a stage musical, in my mind, if you watch it all at once. So, yeah, well, we're talking about Lily assuming characters from Hell of a Boss appear in Hazbin Hotel, which is just not true. It's an easy mistake to make, but if you're making a fucking video about it, you could do, like, even a modicum of research to find that out. Like, it's not a hard thing to find out. Not at all, you know? Not sure, Jade. I'm not sure if God actually exists in Hazbin. Again, I'm going by what we are shown in the show. I mean, Sarah does say, they know when a human soul passes divine judgment and appears in heaven, so there must be something above her. But it's vague. And it might stay vague. Maybe this is like maybe this is a deist thing. Maybe this is a pantheist thing, where God is sort of like not either created everything and left, or is not a thinking being, is more of a force of nature or something, you know? But I was saying this earlier, though, a lot of stuff like this just kind of leaves God out of the equation and makes it kind of non-denominational, kind of vague, religious-y stuff. You know, like I said, like Good Place, Dead Like Me, fucking All Dogs Go to Heaven. You know, they just sort of kind of leave God, like a definitive God, out of the equation, but leave enough wiggle room for what one could be there, but it's just as mysterious as life. Because obviously, this is just a fucking fantasy story. We're not gonna make any definitive declarations on whether, you know, what actually does happen after you die. That's not the purpose of this show. It's entertainment. Yeah. Yeah, Fizz is an imp. Fizz is an imp. Imps are hellborn, so they can go to any ring they want. Sinners cannot leave the Pride Ring, as far as I know. But again, that is not stated in Hazbin Hotel, which it really should have been. But, whatever. You know, that again is a minor criticism. I would still say Hazbin Hotel is like a 9 or 8 out of 10. Still, you know, even with all of his little tiny problems.
Shit don't take a whole lot to explain. I mean, they made him look like a pimp, so 90% of the work is already done. But his abuse...
Look like a... He is a pimp! He is literally a pimp! And guess what? Pimps are not people! Pimps are bad people! Pimps literally, you know, own other people and prostitute them for profit. He's a bad dude! Looks like a pimp. He literally... Angel Dust is one of his prostitutes. He is literally a pimp. Yeah, pimps are not people. Absolutely
correct.
Angel
Dust is handled in exactly 2 scenes, and you get it. Visual Media does this shit.
I know. I'm just saying. Lily's saying he looks like a pimp. Like, he's literally a fucking pimp. It is crunchy from my side. I don't know why. YouTube is, like, my internet connection was a little fucky, and now YouTube is a little fucky. What the fuck is ambient mode? Maybe that's part of my problem here. Unless it's a visual thing, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. When did they add that? You can't see it on my screen, but there's something called ambient mode. Like, he's talking about the symbolism. Hamill continued. He goes, no, he's got a white back. Yep, okay. Let's just see what Lily's saying about this. I'm trying to figure out what my fucking audio problem. Let me put it on 1080 just in case. My internet connection seems to be a little more stable now. Let's see what Lily's actually saying here.
They made him look like a pimp, so 90% of the work is already done. But his abuse of Angel Dust is handled in exactly 2 scenes, and you get it. Visual Media does this shit all the time and has done it for decades. I think fandom is just so accustomed to shows taking 12 episodes to go through 2 episodes of story that just using basic visual storytelling now seems like speedrunning.
You cannot follow basic visual storytelling. We have established this. You couldn't even figure out the symbolism in Utena, and in fact, you think symbolism is just a waste of time. Maybe, like, all the parts of Hazbin I thought were too on the nose. Maybe they did need to do that for people like Lily, who just need to be, like, outright told what a character is thinking or what their motivation is. Lily mentioning SU 4 times, that seems low for Lily, actually. It's an incredible show of restraint from you, Lily, only mentioning Steven Universe 4 times in a completely unrelated video. Pearl is undeniably explicitly racist because of how she treats Garnet. Valentino looks like a pimp. Yeah. He literally is a pimp. Good morning, sir. My name is a pimp called Slickback. Okay. That episode of Boondocks is very funny, but Boondocks is supposed to be very, very edgy humor. So, they can get away with it. It's all about tone, people.
Looking through the complaints about the show moving too fast, telling and not showing, and leaving questions unanswered, I'm finding myself increasingly asking, who the fuck cares? Who cares if the overlords are underdeveloped? Were some people really expecting some massive lore dump for every character the moment they appear? There's this real
Diamonds are underdeveloped. Did anybody expect a massive lore dump for every character as soon as they appear? Lily, you have such a double standard when you actually like something. Like, one of my buddies was like, you're really gonna go after Lily when she's being positive? But, like, even when you're being positive, you're just dumb. You're just dumb. Yeah, but Marlon, one of my points is stage shows kind of do have pacing like this, and don't really overly develop the characters. I mean, can you really think of any musical where the characters are really deep? I mean, it doesn't usually happen when you think about it, because it's the performance and the vibes and the feeling that's the important part. Like, is anybody in Hairspray really developed? Is anybody in Little Shop of Horrors, like, super developed beyond their one-note character trait? No, they're not. Those shows are still great. But that's just kind of the nature of musicals, you know?
Really bitchy meme passed around Tumblr a few days ago saying that Madrona doesn't really care about the lore, and it glosses over the point to just be catty because being a cow is just what people think a personality is now. But it is true. They don't care about lore. Not in the way fandom does. No writer cares about lore the way fandom does. I know animation fandom has gotten it into their heads that lore dumps and wiki padding is how you write a good story, partially because the 2010s flooded us with shows doing exactly that. But, like, most people don't.
I'm gonna refresh the video to see if I can fix this little audio twitching that's going on.
Vivian Madrona.
First, you're gonna make me lose my place again, you son of a bitch. Let's see. Here we go. Husk on the floor. That's a good landmark.
Partially because the 2010s flooded us with shows doing exactly that. But, like,
okay, that was an oblique Steven Universe reference. We do know that was a Steven Universe reference, right? That was a quip to Courtney. Lily calls Courtney a cow as an insult? Really? I thought Lily was saying lol cow, basically, but I guess maybe, I don't know. Who says cow as an insult these days? Like, what are you, like, from the fucking 60s or something?
Like, most people don't. At all. Most of the show relies on cultural osmosis to do the work for them. You don't need to know who Lucifer, Lilith, Adam, Sarah, or Emily are, because you already know who they are. This is...
Emily is not a biblical character. I mean, you're showing Lucifer, Adam, that's either Eve or Lilith, and you're showing Moses. What does Moses come into this? I think you showed Moses twice there, actually. But what was I even gonna say? Yeah, I mean, people have a cursory knowledge of who Lucifer is, but again, this is a... Yeah, Sarah is just a seraphim. Yeah, your favorite biblical character, Emily Hazbin Hotel. There's just totally an angel named Emily in the Bible, right? No, there is not, actually. Her name is Emily, so it can be shortened to M, so, you know, Sarah and M, the seraphim, you know, actually, seraphim should be, plural, actually, and seraph should be the singular, but the show gets that wrong. Well, yeah, Luke's my favorite character from the Bible. I don't think there is going to be like a Michael and a Gabriel and, you know, all them others. That would be interesting.
This is why people base stories in mythology in the first place. Most writers would rather get to the story and characters before they fuss over lore. Lore always came second to the main characters in the plot. Lore is something fans obsess over and annoy the creators with, and it's why everyone hates hardcore fans. Also, continuity. I recognize I'm shouting into the void here, as I've now spent 11 years trying to convince the people around me that their obsession over lore is causing them to miss the entire point.
Oh, you want to talk about people missing the entire point of a fucking show, Lily? I got my Utena video on you. And if I do Lily's anime ranking, we will get more of Lily's opinion on fucking Utena in the future, but my brain is gonna have to fucking recover from this, of course. Moses had 3,000 people killed right after being told, "Thou shalt not kill." It's true. No, you just don't kill Israelites. You can just kill everybody else. You know, that's literally in the Torah. I'm just saying, I'm not getting into politics again.
The additional characters and overlords existed to set up plot threads for Season 2, as their entire existence was to make it clear that once it got out that angels could be killed, there would be an inevitable power grab. Then, they fend off a ton of angels in the season finale, and now the overlords are plotting a power grab. This is all stuff that you would get, and you would understand if you didn't have your
Yeah, it's called setup and payoff, Lily. It's pretty fucking standard. Like, this isn't even that complicated. You know? Yeah, wow! They set up that there would be a power grab, and then the thing happened, and there's a power grab. Wow! Brilliant writing! Bravo, Vivzy! Bravo! Well, obvious setups for Season 2, but when they started writing this, they didn't know they were getting a Season 2. So keep that in mind as well. But yeah, they definitely covered their asses in case they were gonna get picked up again, which is what a lot of shows have to do anyway. Like, again, Lily does not understand television production or animation production.
Fucking nose in the dirt trying to analyze a blade of grass. No writer worth their salt is going to sacrifice plot and characters for lore. They never will. It's the first thing that's beaten out of you in any writing course. And most writers...
What did you send me, Skrill? What did you send me, Skrill? Oh, Skrill made us another meme. Lily Archer, 2024. Valentino looks like a pimp. Looks like a pimp. Looks like a pimp. Yeah. I wonder why you think he looks like a pimp, Lily. Gee, I wonder what they're trying to communicate to us with this visual storytelling, Lily. Anyway. Angel Anthony, you mean, yeah. Guys, I'm no longer being called Angel Dust. I'm going back to my old name, Angel Anthony. Why did I make him sound like, what's his face? Woody what's his face? I can't even think of his name right now. Woody Allen. Why did I make Angel Dust sound like Woody Allen? Oh, jeez, guys. My name is Angel Anthony now. Lily realized lore could be part of the plot, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess Lily gets annoyed when she misses things in a story, and people go, "Oh, the lore is rich," and then Lily goes, "Well, fuck you." Mimsy kind of looks like a flapper. I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder. It's because she's Jewish, obviously, according to Twitter.
Just don't care. They got into it to make a show about their characters or to tell a story, and your incessant desire to build the world and flesh out every single meaningless background character, like the brony fandom on ketamine, has always fallen on deaf ears. The first thing you do in a show with only 8 episodes a season...
Always fallen on deaf ears, because yeah, Lily seems to think if somebody says something on the internet, the showrunners will absolutely see it and then adjust accordingly while making their show, even though they're probably already working on the next season when you're making your complaints. Because again, Lily doesn't understand how long it takes to make animation. But again, it's like some kind of Christian logic. Like, if I criticize this show, surely the creator themselves is going to see it and take my words to heart. Like, you seem to think that, Lily. You seem to think that about Steven Universe. You think they, like, heard your advice and followed it or something. You've said things like that before. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know. This is a dumb complaint. This isn't even about the show itself. It's just about how the fandom, reacts, wanting to know more things about how the thing works. Which is a good thing, because it shows people have interest in your product and in your story, and then you can build on it. Well, wasn't Lily a brony? I'm pretty sure Lily was a brony, so now bronies are all bad because Lily isn't a brony anymore, I'm sure, right? Because anything Lily doesn't like gets these criticisms, and anything Lily does like is immune to these criticisms. That seems to be how it works. Lily had her 101 writing tips, quote-unquote, and unironically, she thinks it would be best if showrunners bent over backwards to write accordingly to what fandom wants. I guess Lily wants to change her mind by then, because in one of the SU videos, she called, coercive world building being when show creators change things because of how the fandom reacts. So, I don't know. You just contradict yourself constantly, Lily, depending on whether you like something or not.
Is you cut the shit that doesn't matter. I have been saying this for 11 years, and I'm so tired of saying it. Just grow up. Fucking grow up. We've been having this stupid fly the Eagles to Mordor argument for 69 fucking years, to the total indifference of the entire entertainment industry. Just get the fuck over it and stop acting like a...
So now in this video, the entertainment industry knows what they're doing, but when it comes to Steven Universe, the people working on that show don't know what they're doing. Nobody checks anything, and they should have been writing around the Steven bomb somehow, even though they had no control over how the network would actually air the completed episodes they delivered. Lily, you just pull whatever you want out of your ass at any given time. Maybe you compartmentalize too much.
The work not focusing on the tertiary shit that only you care about as some kind of objective problem. The series isn't going to be about the metaphysics of hell. Either start getting over it or stop watching, because
you don't know that, though. I mean, we've gotten a bit of the metaphysics of hell in Hell of a Boss, which you would know if you watched it or did any research on it, Lily. But again, I do think Hazbin should stand on its own. But still, you can't say that. And well, yeah, but the Eagles to Mordor thing was that's kind of like a nitpicky semi-plot hole. But there are also reasons why you couldn't just fly the Eagles to Mordor. Because A, they're a very proud race. They're like an intelligent race of people. They're not just animals you can order around. And also, they'd get shot to shit if they tried to fly over the walls of Mordor. Boom, I solved it. Who's talking about tainted Cain? Talking about Cain's taint? What's going on in the chat? I have so much trouble keeping up with chat when there's a lot of people.
Continuing to watch while having such a warped notion of how storytelling works is only going to piss you off. Now, I believe that covers everything important. Alistair, Husk, Nifty, and the rest of the cast haven't shown anything significant enough outside of playing support to other characters, and just...
Alistair hasn't shown anything significant enough? Okay, maybe Alistair is a little too subtle for you, Lily. Alistair is the most fucking compelling character in the whole fucking show. He obviously has his own motives and plans that he is keeping secret. Lily's over here thinking fucking Charlie has a duplicitous bone in her body and is completely ignoring, what a fucking, mastermind working behind the scenes Alistair is.
Leaving these weird Chekhov's guns all over the place.
Oh, wait. You forgot about the Sphinx.
No, it's back! It's back! No, it's back! The little cursed gremlin is back! Get it off the screen! I don't like it! I have been informed. I have been informed that this little buzzing creature from the last video is Lily's self-inserts child with a Pokemon. Did I glitch my own audio by screaming? Probably. Oh no. So yeah, apparently Lily fucked a Gradvador, I think they're called, the plant ones, and had a baby. Or something. Valentine's Day is a corporate holiday. Don't buy into it, kids. I probably will go out and buy discounted Valentine's candy tomorrow, though I have to go out shopping anyway. It was cloned from them? Cloned from two people? Why did somebody make a baby Pokemon half-human clone? Just... And why does Lily voice act it so badly? It's a clone. Okay, so it's a Pokemon clone of Lily's self-insert character. Is this what... Am I right? I mean, I didn't do any fucking research on this. Gardevoir. How do you pronounce it? Gardevoir? Gardevoir? I think I have one of those in Pokemon Go. Again, I've only... Oh, it's Michaela doing the voice. I don't care who's doing the voice. I can't understand what the fuck it's saying. I don't know, it sounds like Lily to me, but I don't know, maybe I'm dumb. Okay, let's sit through this, I guess. Gardevoir. Okay, Gardevoir. Gardevoir. Everyone's giving me different pronunciations. Damn it! I know the wife drew stuff. I just assumed that was Lily's voice. But again, I can't fucking even understand what the hell it's saying. So...
Suspense?
There was a big soap opera on the bird. It has so many twists and turns.
Bonnie, why are you getting into Twitter drama?
I gotta know what happens next. I gotta know every...
Why did you let a child on Twitter? That's very irresponsible, Lily. You're a bad parent.
Hey!
Okay, so like any creator who puts their name out there, Madrona was subjected to a bombardment of smear campaigns almost immediately, because the internet...
You mean kind of like Rebecca Sugar was? You mean kind of like Rebecca Sugar was, and kind of like how you participated in that, Lily Orchid? You know, you're like one of the most famous people who participated in Rebecca Sugar slander, and it's exactly what the fucking people on Twitter do to Vivzy Pop. It's exactly the fucking thing.
Is the embodiment of crabs in a bucket. And I say smear campaigns because often...
You want to talk about crabs in a bucket, Lily? That is you. You are so angry that Rebecca Sugar is successful. Like, it pisses you off. You can't stop talking about her. And she doesn't even know who you are. This is like a completely parasocial relationship you have with Rebecca Sugar.
Madrona was being accused of serious crimes, yet the accusers were decidedly not reporting her and instead plastering it all over social media, which is immediately suspicious. I'm not going to cover a whole lot of the Vivzy Pop...
Oh, hear that? Lily advocates for everyone reporting her for her crimes, so... Don't talk about Lily's crimes on Twitter, just go report her to the police. Lily supports it.
Drama. Criminal allegations belong in a court, and the allegations about Crunch... unionize. Animators should unionize. This has been a problem.
The rumors about Crunch aren't even true, for one thing. Somebody prove that. Because if someone on Discord or Twitter just comes and says, I totally worked for Vivzy Pop and she treated me like a slave and didn't pay me, people will just believe it. And I remember looking, like, the first time there was a round of, like, ex-animators complaining about her, I looked into it. And I was reading these people's tweets, and one person was really like, well, you know, having to be in lockdown because of COVID was really stressful, and I have chronic pain, and yeah, I never got my stuff in on time, but Vivian should have respected that. She should have talked to me directly instead of delegating through a supervisor. Like, that isn't completely normal for someone running 2 shows at once to delegate to a fucking supervisor. Like, I think some of these people thought they were gonna get on board with Hell of a Boss and get to be, like, best friends with Vivzy Pop, and you know, it was just gonna be fun and casual and not an actual job. That's what it sounded like. All these people sounded like they were a nightmare to work with themselves. You know? Even their complaints were just like, wow, I wouldn't want to work with you in a million years. You sound like a huge pain in the ass and an HR nightmare. Why would anyone want to actually hire you? You know? And the pilot VAs aren't even mad about, yeah, the antis claim, oh, she replaced the pilot VAs, as if that's also not normal in production. Hey, go watch the pilot for Invader Zim, because that ain't Richard Horvitz doing Zim's voice. not unusual for characters to get recast between a pilot and the final show. It's not fucking unusual at all. People are so fucking stupid.
In the independent scene and big budget releases. Crunch is all over the animation industry. Animators need to unionize, showrunners and directors are not your friends, and drooling into your phone with the Twitter app open isn't going to fix the systemic rot of unchecked capitalism. Madrano has been accused of everything from exploiting her workers to racism, to transphobia, to pedophilia.
Okay, I might have to pause and read these. Bullying other producers to keep her animators from leaving. I have heard, she's said some sassy stuff about other shows and creators, and so fucking what? You're gonna tell me you don't bitch about other people among your friends? You don't blow off steam about other people among your friends? You all do it. We all do it. Don't pretend it's something only she did. Appropriation of voodoo and deer imagery. Who is deer imagery being appropriated from? The fucking Elks Club? Who has a moratorium on... How do you appropriate deer imagery? From the deer? The deer unionizing? I am known for my strange noises, Danielle. The appropriation of voodoo, I was gonna mention that earlier. All the people I talked to, deer, a bunch of deer out there saying, my culture is not your costume! And then we eat them for dinner. Okay, the whole thing with voodoo. Most of the people I've talked to on Twitter don't know the first thing about it. I only know cursory things about voodoo just because I think it's neat. Because again, comparative religion, I'm a little into it. Voodoo is a folk spiritualism system that kind of got mixed together with Catholicism when Haiti was colonized. And there is a version of it in Louisiana that's different than Haitian voodoo. If you spell it with an OU like that, that's Haitian voodoo. Spelling it Voodoo is offensive unless you're talking about just the Louisiana version. And the Louisiana version is what occurs, is what Alistair follows, right? So, but again, it is a folk religion. It is spiritualism. There is no orthodoxy. There's no rules of right or wrong in voodoo. It's not like that. It's like Santeria. It's like Shinto. There's no creator god figure. There's no rules you have to follow to be good or evil. There's even the Bokor who are chosen from the spirits from birth to be dark practitioners of voodoo. Even in their own folklore, there are dark or quote-unquote evil practitioners. But again, good and evil isn't really a thing in voodoo. It's more like spiritual blue and orange morality. So all these people are saying it's a closed religion, so you can't even depict it in fiction, are just fucking stupid. They literally have initiation rituals. You could go to a voodoo priest and be initiated into voodoo. It doesn't matter what fucking race you are. You could just start practicing it on your own if you really fucking wanted to. Nobody could stop you. Because guess what? It's not real. None of it's real. No religion is real. I'm sorry if you believe things, but it's as fictional as Christianity, so what is the fucking problem? Nobody takes the Christians seriously when they call the show satanic and blasphemous, but a bunch of people who don't even practice voodoo and don't even know anything about it will come to its defense and say, "Oh, it's so terrible and racist that she even mentioned it at all." I am the ambassador for the Deer, Elk, Moose, and Caribou Association. You must stop appropriating our imagery. Oh yeah, and some people are explaining the next one. Selling pinups of a trans femme, we're using new terms now, character with visible girl bulge. I'm not even gonna touch that. I am not equipped to comment on that. Let's see. The selling pinups thing is just hilarious. Sally Mae's VA craves the representation. Yeah, because Sally Mae's VA is trans, right? I know that. And weren't there sexy... No, it's not Angel, it's Sally Mae, Millie's sister. So, like, an obscure character who was in one episode. But there were sexy pinup pins of everybody. That was their pins, their pinups. You know, that was the joke. They all had, like, sexy pinups. All of them. So. And writing a pedophilic webcomic, false, but also coming from Lily, that's fucking rich. Oh, you can't see that because of the way I frame distracted vision, but yeah. I don't know, some people were like, oh, she drew, like, a kink picture of a 17-year-old Zootopia character, like, 15 years ago or something. Who the fuck cares? Oh, no! Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Lily is also saying it's not a problem, but it is funny how Lily will defend Vivziepop when, again, it's the same bullshit that people pulled on Rebecca Sugar. Octavia is underage, so they wouldn't have done a pinup of her. Garden Cactus, yes, I do have a Discord server, but it's part of my Patreon. So if you join the Patreon, you can get into the server. I'm probably gonna make that a thing for, what's it? Insta subs and, YouTube subs as well. I just have to get around to it. I'm a busy bee in my real life these days, so, alright, let's continue the video so I don't stream for, like, fucking all night.
Because where there is any internet drama surrounding a public figure, there will inevitably be a pedophilia accusation. That's the free space on YouTube drama.
No, people don't just say pedophile for no reason, Lily, when they're talking about you. I mean, I'm just saying. People were trying to pull that shit with, like, Vouch lately. Like, oh, you can't call him a pedophile because right-wingers do that. It's like, well, he had fucking Lolicon on his fucking stream, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Bingo. If I sound like I'm not taking this seriously, it's because I'm not. Most of these accusations came out 5 years ago and have been disproven time and time and time again. Did you hear?
Oh, is 5 years a magical statute of limitations? How convenient, since your first Steven Universe video is 5 years old, huh, Lily? This is totally not a self-serving opinion like all of your opinions. Yeah, same fucking thing people did to Rebecca Sugar. Oh, Rebecca Sugar drew Ed, and Eddie Yowie. That means she's a pedophile. Doesn't matter that she wrote it she drew it when she was a fucking cringe teenager and it was, like, barely anything. Like, you know, like, come on. Again, I think most of the people who do this wouldn't like someone digging through their internet history and finding every little mistake they ever made and every little cringe thing they ever did. You know, when the hate mob comes for them. Oh, wait. Two main characters from Zootopia. He's a teacher. I do not care about Vivzi's old work. I really don't. I do not care at all.
The one about Madrano making a pedophilic couple in her webcomic? No, you didn't, because that never fucking happened. Someone just fucking lied and put the burden of proof on everyone else to keep
Someone just fucking lied and put the burden of proof on everyone else. That sounds awful familiar, Lily. You know, like, I keep pointing people toward my whole section on the movie in my SU video, because you just outright lie about everything that happens in the movie, just so you can try to make Rebecca Sugar look bad. Almost exactly what people do to fucking Vivziepop. Yeah, that's you, Lily, that's you! It's you!
Disproving it for the end of time, because most people didn't actually check. Some people call this misinformation. I won't call it that, because it is a lie. They just heard the
like you, Lily! You lie, Lily! You do nothing but lie! Why you always lying?
Lie, took it at face value, and repeated the lie elsewhere, so this
I love how Lily protects Vivzi, but spits venom on Rebecca. She might just be anti-Semitic then. Well, that's the kind of fucking logic Lily would use and other woke scolds, huh?
Lie keeps getting repeated despite it being a lie that has been proven to be a lie. Let's
like all the lies you told in your original SU video that people repeated for 5 fucking years, Lily? You mean like that? That's a pretty good example.
Let's be clear about something here. No creator, big or small, is going to be deplatformed by you gossiping about some drama they are or were in every time their name crosses your timeline. You're just
like you with Rebecca Sugar. I can't even just keep saying it. We'll never get through this.
Just sad. As is the case with most astroturfing campaigns. As time went on and the more serious complaints gained no traction, they just kept getting pettier and pettier. I mean, the last one I saw before I just blocked any mention of VivziePop were people complaining she was objectifying her own characters with a series of pin-up pins, taking her characters, some of whom are sexual abuse survivors, and reducing them to sexy drawings. Now, this is the only one I found worth engaging with because it was recent and touched on an issue we always tend to sidestep. Some people found it gross that Madrano was objectifying her characters for profit, but what's left unspoken about it is the fact that a lot of people were objectifying her characters for profit. The fact is that if anyone should be allowed to do this, it should be a character's creator. The discussion about
just fun little pins of fictional characters, and it's not that fucking deep, and you don't have, like, people tie themselves into pretzels over moralizing over this sort of thing. Like, they can't understand anything in context or nuance or anything. It's just, like, I had a guy the other day, when I was trying to explain to him that the so-called Nazi OC that Vivzie made was just a producer's reference. He just kept saying, but it's fan art of Hitler, but it's fan art of Hitler, but it's fan art of Hitler. And I kept saying, it's a reference to the producers. You know, a movie written by one of the most famous Jewish comedians of all times, Mel Brooks. Was he, like, making fan art of Hitler when he made that movie? But all they just kept saying was, it's fan art of Hitler, it's fan art of Hitler, it's fan art of Hitler. Like, nothing else can matter. It's Hitler, so it's bad, therefore it's bad. You know? Like bad. It's almost cult-like thinking. It's insane.
About whether or not it's classy on the macro scale is a different discussion entirely, but this is a series for adults. It'd be one thing if Cartoon Network started selling pinups of lapis lazuli, but they're not. There are legitimate criticisms to be made of Madrano and her work, but
I mean, you could technically sell pinups of lapis because she's an adult. I mean, but it probably wouldn't look good for Cartoon Network, though, no.
Trying to do that is a nightmare because you have to wade through a bunch of squawking morons trying to make their very personal beef with someone into something everyone else should care about. I clocked a long time ago that most of the drama came from artists who were mad about the art style where everyone's a gray, skinny, Tumblr silly guy. And that bitter rage only fermented as time went on. I have never seen someone go on a sustained rant about this woman who wasn't also an artist.
So now it's because artists are bad. It's because artists are bad. Not because they're idiots like Lily. No, Lily is a media critic, so when she does it, it's fine. But when artists do it, it's because they're just jealous. And Lily, like I just said, I watched a video from 6 years ago, and of course 5 years is supposed to be the magic statute of limitations for saying something, apparently, according to Lily. But in Lily's video, calling artists entitled divas for saying, hey, could you credit me using my art in your video, or just, like, not use it if you don't want to credit me? And Lily made a whole hit piece on this chick that just said, hey, can you credit my art? Calling her a diva and calling artists terrible people who charge too much for commissions, because how could you charge $100 for just fan art? Come on. It's like, you really don't respect artists, do you? Do you, Lily? And your wife does all your art for you. That's worrying.
Earliest VivziePop drama came from people professing to improve the character designs. All these parasocial hatreds have a C, the thing that actually pissed someone off.
You want to talk about parasocial hatred when you already mentioned Rebecca Sugar like twice, and mentioned Steven Universe like 3 or 4 times in this fucking video, Lily. Oh my god. Can you just, like, the lack of self-awareness, I think, is also what drives people insane about Lily and Arcadio.
Through which they need to layer all kinds of increasingly escalating bullshit.
I don't know, a lot of the redesigns people make are bad. They're just bad. And, you know, like, it's that new Tumblr style. We have to make everything ugly.
Onto someone in order to make their petty nonsense seem more legitimate. This is why it sometimes seems like some people have no reading comprehension. If the claim about Angel's abuse being fetishized because of one storyboarder on staff sounded weird to you, it's highly likely that that person just repeated it from someone else who
people repeating things from someone else. You mean like when people talk about all this shit from your SU is garbage video, like, oh, Concrete shows that someone on the team is racist, even though fucking Ian Jones Cordy drew that. Oh, the Crooniverse once mentioned that they they took inspiration from the centaur sequence in Fantasia for the human zoo, so that must mean they took inspiration from the racist centaur, and then everybody repeated that. Huh, Lily? Like, is she doing this on purpose? Like, I can't imagine that she's not, but she must be this unself-aware. Like, are you just mocking people at this point, Lily? Because you're just bitching about all the same things you actually do all the time. Every time you bring up Rebecca Sugar. Every time.
Deliberately viewed it in as poor a light as possible, because what they're actually angry about.
Oh, and deliberately viewing media in as poor a light as possible, because you're angry about something else. I wonder who else does that, Lily. Oh god. Oh god, this is why I don't react to Lily all the time. My fucking head hurts.
Out is something else entirely. I've been subjected to this for the last few years. I know how
Oh, shut the fuck up, Lily! You perpetuate this, and everyone is just out here telling you how dumb you are. That's not parasocial, that's just hearing your opinions and saying, you're fucking stupid.
Social mobs work, and this is supremely parasocial. I had to stage an intervention for one of my friends because they were letting their hatred of Madrano consume their fucking life.
Oh! Someone was letting their blind hatred of a female showrunner in a show that has a hate mob after it ruin their life. Literally! Was this bait for me? I wonder. Is this all about me? It's all about me. I'm like Walter Whiting over here. It's all about me. Lily, were you like deliberately baiting me here? I mean, it's fucking seriously. I know I'm not that important. That'd be parasocial to pretend I'm anything more than someone who's just like throwing pebbles at Lily's window and not getting noticed at all. I know. Lily's the fucking final boss of SU Crit and is saying this shit. It's unbelievable. Yeah, right? I think so. I think Lily might just be talking to a mirror.
This shit ain't healthy, and the way some obsessive weirdos go to increasing lengths to ruin someone's life over the pettiest garbage is fucking absurd. A few videos ago, we covered a crappy visual novel, and 2 days before the video was supposed to air, the creator was doxxed and had to go into hiding, so the comments were filled with something I couldn't have accounted for. And the game itself was ultimately so fucking mid that the idea that anyone would go on that kind of warpath is fucking comical. Doxing in general is a really pathetic thing that teenagers online feel way too comfortable doing, but doxing over this? You're so entrenched in online discourse, it's starting to dilute your perception of what an actual problem is.
My tablet. That was the least self-aware thing I've ever heard anyone say in my life. Lily, I need to just cut together all this shit you're saying and just send it to you and say, please take your own advice. What if I put an AI voice over it so it sounded like somebody else was saying it? Maybe you'd listen then. Let's just go on.
However, there is one issue worth taking seriously, and I promised myself and a viewer I'd work this in, but so far I haven't found a natural way to segue into it. One issue with the pilot that was underspoken about was the way the radio demon uses veves from Haitian voodoo. Voodoo is an
Oh, here we go. I bet you're gonna repeat all the same bullshit people say on Twitter now, aren't you, Lily?
Extremely demonized religion, and in pop culture is often used as a free idea bucket when writers want to find something to tie a villain to. In the actual release, Alistair doesn't have immediately recognizable veves swirling around him, but after consulting with an actual practitioner of voodoo, they said they were still the same symbols, just cut up and altered so that they look different and won't invite a spirit with a genie sense of humor into your house, which isn't actually all that different at all. Furthermore, the fanbase, being a fanbase and therefore more
So they aren't using the real symbols in case that does offend somebody and somebody actually thinks it would, like, invite a spirit into their house. So isn't that kind of responsible? My voice is Sora Kingdom Hearts over it, yeah. And maybe Lily will listen. Hey, Lily, you're ruining your life by obsessing over a female showrunner who made a show you don't like. Is that what Sora sounds like? I don't even know. He just sounds like a typical shonen protagonist. The funny thing about Lily liking Kingdom Hearts so much, it's like a really shitty anime. Like, Kingdom Hearts is just a really shitty anime. That's how it works, you know? I think Lily might be saying... No, wait, yeah, Lily is saying she consulted I thought it was saying the showrunners did, but maybe I misunderstood that. But yeah, again, I don't fucking care about the voodoo thing, because I don't think voodoo is any more special than any other religion, personally, but...
Illiterate than a ball-peen hammer, decided this wasn't a real problem and that it was only terminally online Twitter bitches causing a fuss. So basically...
Yeah, it isn't a real problem. Because I haven't seen, like, actual voodoo practitioners even complain about it. I've only seen white saviors complaining about it. And I guess some black saviors, too, who are just like, well, I'm black, so I say it's offensive. And I'm like, do you know the first thing about voodoo? And they're like, no. Like, one guy got mad at me for saying voodoo has roots in Catholicism, which it absolutely does. Like, you don't even know basic shit about it, and you're trying to tell people. Like, it's totally unacceptable that they even, like, used it at all. I was like, God. Yeah, Lily argued, Rebecca Sugar hacked my accounts and made it look like I unreasonably attack her, so yeah, I hate her. I would be surprised if Lily wouldn't just start gaslighting people about shit she's said about Rebecca Sugar in the past.
Well, the antis are ruining our fun. The thing is, most Western white people are, or come from, a Christian.
Lily, you are a Western white person. Nip that in the bud. I also don't believe Lily's like, I'm totally 1/24th Cherokee, so that means I'm not white. So my opinion is automatically superior to any of those white people. Like, shut the fuck up, Lily. It's so disingenuous. Like, it's on my labels, and then you can't fucking criticize me. So I'm like, again, what would happen if I did that? Like, I'm literally autistic, and I'm a lesbian. You can't criticize me, or you're ableist and homophobic. I mean, people like literally live like that. It's crazy. Her mother's father was part native, allegedly, yeah, but that doesn't sound like Lily grew up on a reservation or grew up, like, in the culture or anything. So even if that was true, I mean, Lily would be as native as I am Irish, you know, which I'm not. I'm just an American who's, like, third-generation Irish immigrant, you know? Or not even third, like, fifth generation descended from Irish immigrants. So I could be an asshole and say, oh yeah, I'm Irish. I'm totally Irish. Like the dumb American I am. No, I think Lily's Canadian, but Canadians do it too. Like every other white person in America and Canada says like, oh, I'm totally part Native American, just so they can sound like cool or mystical or something. Like they forget like actual Native Americans still exist. Half Italian, does that mean you have Spanish roots? Sure, why not? You can just take any little tiny thing and say you are that thing, apparently, so.
Christian or pseudo-Christian background. One of the key driving forces behind Christianity is spreading the faith and converting as many people as possible. Christians want—
Are you explaining Christianity to us, Lily? I'm pretty sure most people know how the biggest religion in the world works.
To everyone to be Christian. Historically, Christians will make you be Christian. Or else. Other religions, however, are more exclusive, more culture-bound.
Well, no, I mean, there's plenty of other, like, Islam and Judaism are the same way. Actually, Judaism doesn't want people to convert. They're just like, we're special, we're the best. And then Christians are like, everybody has to be us, and Islams are like, everybody has to be us. So, I don't know, but most religions have done, like, there's even been violence from Buddhists, you know? People will find any reason to fucking kill each other over nonsense. So, we're gonna go into... Like, Lily is talking about appropriation of voodoo while showing, like, cheap fucking baubles on, like, Etsy or something.
Tired of outsiders treating their beliefs like a spiritual novelty shop. It's theirs, and they often don't want it spread to a wider audience. Some might argue that being introduced to more people would work against demonization, but just on my own perspective, after spending my entire life seeing what people do with Greek mythology, I can certainly understand practitioners of any other faith deciding that is the last thing they would want. I
mean, again, I don't see any problem with treating religions that are still in practice like people treat Greek mythology. I mean, why not? Again, no religion is inherently special in my mind. You know? The whole voodoo thing, I think people just use it as an excuse to shit on the show and to shit on Vivzy. Like, who the fuck cares if she has a character that was a voodoo practitioner in Louisiana in the fucking 30s? I mean, that's a character archetype that has existed. I might just have to redraw that tree instead of copy-pasting it there like a lazy ass. You could be Catholic. I don't care. Like I said, I'm a fucking fedora atheist. I don't believe in any religion. I don't believe any religion is any more inherently special than any other. I think they're all superstitious nonsense. Even voodoo, it's superstition. It works for some people, though, I'm sure, because, like, imagination and ritual are very important things for, like, human mental health. So, but that fulfills that. So, but yeah, it is literally just a folk spiritualism. It's folk superstition. That's all it is, you know? So, but again, people are saying, "Oh, it's depicted as a bad thing because it's only Alistair." It's like, well, who the fuck cares? I mean, like I said, there are dark voodoo practitioners in voodoo lore. So he's kind of he's like Dr. Facilier, and both Dr. Facilier and Alistair are based on Baron Samedi, who is a figure in voodoo, a dark one. I hesitate to call anything in voodoo evil, because again, it's much like Shinto, where like it's just spirits, and spirits have their own motivations that could be harmful or beneficial to humans, but they don't really think in good and evil like we do, etc., etc. You know, so Princess of the Frog has like a good voodoo practitioner and a bad one. Dr. Facilier is a Bokor. He's an evil one, not evil, but dark. He does dark things. He both light side and dark side of the voodoo force, basically.
These are people's cultures and homes, and they shouldn't be treated as an entry on a mood board. Some would argue, well, he's from New Orleans and was black in life, and putting aside the issue of why the fuck is he
He wasn't black, he was Creole. But oh, here we go. Lily's gonna explain the deer motifs, I guess. Let's see. I gotta get this in frame for you guys. Why are deer motifs bad, Lily? Deer motifs are a relic of the slave trade, where black men and women are often referred to as bucks and does, respectively. I don't know if that's true, but even if it would, why would that mean Alistair couldn't have deer features and be a deer demon? Like, that wouldn't be a reference. Like, why does Lily always have to find some way to bring up slavery? Like, it had a bunch of chances in the whole, like, people owning each other's souls thing. That's fucking slavery. But you're trying to say deers are problematic because allegedly black slaves are referred to as bucks and does? Which, yeah, maybe they were dehumanized like that, but that doesn't mean his deer motif has anything to fucking do with it. I thought his deer motif is because he was killed in a hunting accident. Again, that's extra show knowledge, but I didn't know Bambi was secretly racist this whole time. Well, it's old animation from like the 40s, so it's automatically racist, according to Woke Skulls on Twitter.
A deer, then. The truth of the matter is that the character's background doesn't really matter. You shouldn't be using cultural symbols as part of an aesthetic, and you definitely shouldn't be doing.
You shouldn't be using cultural symbols as part of an aesthetic. Okay, so no angel wings, no crosses, no what else cultural symbols do we have here? Again, why is it okay when it's Christianity, but bad when it's voodoo? That's what I want to know. Like, is insulting a religion bad or not? But of course you don't care when it's Christians, because those are white people, probably is what they're thinking. But, Yeah, no pentagrams then. That's from Wicca. Can't have pentagrams. That's an insult to a culture. Can't do anything. Anything anyone could even possibly perceive as a cultural symbol is not allowed.
It with Veves. I mean, I started reading about Haitian voodoo with the intention of making it part of a character's background, and the more I read, the more I came to the realization that this was so beyond my ken that I really just shouldn't do this. This really isn't something that should be—
Wow, Lily actually researched something and realized she doesn't have enough knowledge about it and decided to shut her fucking mouth? That's incredible. You should do that more often, Lily.
Played around with, at least not without having a practitioner on staff. It's not enough to have characters as representation if you're not also hiring people to represent themselves.
He's not there for representation. He is a character who happens to be a voodoo practitioner. Again, I hate this. Like, any character who isn't just, like, white, straight, and Christian doesn't need to exist just to be representation. You're just reinventing tokenism. Seriously. Let's see, Black Buck was a slur, but it's so long in the past. Yeah, I think they might have called black male slaves bucks back in, like, 400 years ago. But, again, that doesn't mean him being a deer has anything to fucking do with that. Like, just cause so really, that's what Lily's saying. Lily always does this. If a character is black, Lily relates that back to slavery somehow, every single time. If a character is black, that means something has to mean slavery. Like, she even did it with Anthi, who isn't black, she looks Indian, and that isn't even relevant to the story, because Utena was made like 30 years ago, and the Japanese do not have the same racial politics Americans do. Basically, Lily saw Anthi being dark-skinned and said, well, people are fighting to own her, so that's slavery. Like, anytime there's a black character, Lily has to bring up slavery. Like, it's just a bit, Also, Alistair is Creole, which means he is descended from a group of Mediterranean people who are a mix of black and European. And Creole people can look very, very different from each other because of that. They're very, very genetically diverse. And there's a large population of them in Louisiana, because Louisiana used to be a French colony before America bought it. You know, the whole Louisiana Purchase, you know, you learned about that in fucking elementary school, hopefully. But, yeah. Fun fact, Lily's Star Wars fan fact features a black character that is a slaver and sold Rey as a slave. The daughter of the slaver is dating Rey. I don't even know what to say about that. I don't know about Star Wars, so...
And also, if you're one of the people who's thinking of getting one of these tattooed on your body, don't do it! For the love of fucking God, don't do it! And with that, I think that covers everything.
Why? Nothing will happen, because it's not real.
Everything worth covering. A lot of it is still undeveloped, but to my pleasant surprise, this is a show that puts a lot into each episode. They feel longer than they actually are because they don't waste time and they conclude every story they set up in the same episode before spending the last 5 minutes setting up the next episode. So I'm quite looking forward to more of it. So what I said in the last video...
I don't think they always wrap up the story in the episode itself, but like that's normal for a TV show to do, Lily. That's like not even a point of praise. It's just a normal... It's normal for in an episode to have its own arc, even if it ties into something else.
Doesn't hold true. Hazbin Hotel is exactly what I was hoping it would be. It doesn't light the world on fire, but I never really wanted it to light the world on fire. And if you're upset that I thought the whirlwinds of drama surrounding it wasn't worth bringing up, then please feel free to discuss that somewhere that isn't here.
Wait, what are you talking about? You brought up so much of it! Yeah, I didn't think the drama was worth bringing up. I only talked about it for like 20 fucking minutes of this 30-minute video. Oy. This is a good cover, though. I'm boogieing over here. Okay. That was that.
In the same episode.
No! No, we don't want any more Lily. Get out of here. Okay. Okay, we're done. It's not even 6 o'clock yet. Perfect. I have like half an hour. I'll go on for a little bit. I wanted to, because it's Jay's birthday. I don't know if he's still here. But let's, oh yeah, let's look at that first. Let's look at that first. What did you do? What did you do? Okay, let's see what you have in store for me here. Damn it, it opened in another little window from OBS. Hang on a second, I gotta fucking fix this. Okay. My sus remix? What is this? Okay. What if Alistair was actually broadcasting pleasureful screams on his radio? That would be like a Switcheroo AU where Angel Dust is Alistair. It's like, he fucked every overlord, and their pleasured screams were on his radio broadcast. Ah, damn it, my audio is a bit choppy because I think I'm hitting the fucking limiter. One day, kids, one day I will have good audio, but it's not today. Yes, Sarah Phil saying, watching Lily through a sci filter makes it tolerable. I do that with other streamers a lot. I'll go to them to watch something that is too cringe to watch on my own. But real quick, I wanted to, go to Cougar's channel real quick. Oh. Because I wanted to find Jay's animation to show you all. And give him a shout out. It was... I just searched malware breach on his channel. Cougar uploads every goddamn day. Let's see, where is the animation? Oh, that's my comic that they dubbed. Maybe we'll watch that one too. Was it on Cougar's channel or was it on oh wait, I think that's... But there was that's the first one, but there was another one, I swear. Maybe if I just search Jay's name. Oh, maybe that one's the... Oh, maybe... maybe because I've seen previews of Jay's other video, I thought it was up already, but I guess it's not. But we'll watch this one. So Jay, who we were all wishing happy birthday earlier, does these animations. He's very talented. And he did an animated version of Celeste's FNAF AU comic. So let's watch that.
I smell pizza! There she is. She's in the trash compactor. Now's my chance. Wait. No. I can't do it. Chica is one of Freddy's best friends. If I destroy her, Freddy would get upset. There has to be another way. Wait a second. What's that? Wait. That's what's making her try to hunt me down? There's a chance I can turn her back to normal. I just have to get that chip out of her. And then I can...
Gregory!
There you are! Gregory! Freddy!
Gregory, I found out about why Chica...
No, Freddy! Chica's here!
Chica's there? Hello?
No,
Chica!
shut up!
Freddy's such a boomer.
No! Shut up! I have to hide. But where? That'll do! Your family is looking for you! Sorry, Chica. But this is for your own good! I'll be taking that! Gotcha! Chica? Wake up, Chica! What in blue blazes?
Yeah. Yeah, so if you don't know, Celeste's webcomic security malware breach is like an AU where Gregory actually saves all the robots instead of destroying them. So, yes, but if you liked that, go check out Jay Productions. He's a very talented young animator, and we all just wished him happy birthday earlier. I think he has his own YouTube channel too. And wait, that's not him. That's not him at all. Okay, hang on a second. I'm sure there were other people with that name. Okay. I know I follow him on Twitter, so let me go find. I don't know if he's even still in the chat, but come on, he should come up in my search. God damn it, I'm so bad at remembering what people's fucking usernames are. Let's go to my following tab. I know he's fucking in there. Where are you, Jay? Where is he? There he is! Okay, he's under the J Pro, I forgot. Oh, and it's got balloons because it's his birthday. Anyway, go check out the J Pro. Very talented young animator. He's got commissions open too. I think he's doing some stuff for some guys recently. IRL. Oh, there's his channel. I'm a dumbass, okay? I'm trying to do a nice thing here and I screwed it all up as usual. So the J Pro, that's who you're looking for. He does lots of animations. He's been doing these security malware breached ones for Cougar's channel. He's a really cool kid. Good times. And he popped up in the SU video a couple times. He's the one who told me I had an L take saying the diamonds were great in the movie. Oh yeah, I should just post the @ in chat, shouldn't I? Yeah, I'll make it easier. And put it in both chats. Go check him out. Go subscribe to him. Do it now. My army. What else are we gonna look at? We're gonna look at something. Alright. I forget now. Something about Lily. I don't know. A video. I mean, I might cobble that together into a video. Like I said, it will probably be a short one, like the Verbal Ace one, just like a stream clip. Lily just kind of was boring for most of it, unfortunately. Your stream's behind. Sorry, guys. Sorry. The VODs will stay up for at least a week. I will probably make I'll probably make one full VOD, cut up of it. With better pacing, with my ums and ahs cut out, of course. But yeah, but just the hypocrisy coming out of Lily's mouth was just so amazing, so amazingly just infuriating and brain hurting. Like I said, I definitely do plan to react more to Lily in the future. But it's not going to be every stream. As you can see, I barely got any work done today. Let's see. I'm going to try to wrap it up after these couple of pages. So, I'm thinking there's at least going to be 2 to 4 more pages. I haven't really planned it all out entirely. But after that, I shall be doing Jasper and Spinell's fusion, and then after that, we're gonna go into Single Pale Rose and all through Change Your Mind, which I've been planning for like literal years. This AU definitely got a little bit more expansive than I initially expected it to be. Yeah, Charlie is by. Let's see. After the James Somerton video drop, Lily privated all of her plagiarized videos. I mean, Lily doesn't seem to really have an original opinion in her head, but yeah, I mean, wait, somebody said something about this being like liking it out of spite. Hang on, I think it. Like Lily had an ex-friend that doesn't like Hazbin, so now Lily likes Hazbin, which seems in character for Lily. Yeah. But it just makes Lily look like a massive hypocrite, because again, It's all the same shit people did to Steven Universe. Including Lily. Especially Lily. Each episode is 23 minutes. Meaning it takes 23 minutes to read, Jaden? Are you doing a narrated? I'm confused. There is a bit of actually, Celeste is working on a bit of a AU that took off after, like, a day. She beat Emo's record. So, yeah, I can just look up the hashtag and there's, like, already, like, a bunch of fucking fan art of it. Let me find her actual, like, art. So she started an AU now called, the Husker Dusk Overlord AU, where Husk is still an Overlord, and he frees Angel from, oh, this isn't even her work, this is the fan art. He frees Angel from, Valentino. So she's very into Husker Dusk right now. So she started a whole fucking AU, because of course she did. So all you have to do is, like, do Overlord AU, and you will fucking find, like, tons of shit on it. Yeah, there we are. So, literally, like, the day she uploaded her fan art, people started immediately, like, adding into it. So it's great. I don't know why this is in my search, but I appreciate it. So, yeah. And it's just, like, fancy Angel Dusk, and they run a casino. Good shit. Her former friend claims a Vivzy employee harassed her online. I'm not surprised. I don't know. I don't believe a goddamn thing. Again, I'll remind everybody of what I posted yesterday. Let's see. About Vivzy Pop's supposed Nazi OC being just a fucking reference to the producers. Literally. People kept trying to tell me, well, you stop defending Vivzy Pop because you know she's a Nazi OC. She is a Nazi OC. And then I looked at this, and I said, this looks like the producers or Disney World War II, you know, not like anti-Nazi propaganda. And then I looked closer, and it says right on the fucking thing, producers' music plays. And down here, it says, you know, I love the producers way too much to resist a reference like this. So it is literally, it says it right on there. It's a fucking reference to the producers. But some Vivzy Pop hater saw this and went, it's a Nazi! That means she supports Nazis! And then they just spread it around, and then people just repeat it like fact. And it's fucking infuriating. Oh, that's what you mean, Jaden. Rewriting episodes is slow because the episodes are 23 minutes. Okay, I'm completely stupid and misunderstood. Yeah, it looks like a penis. I think it's a Frankfurt. It's the joke. It's a German sausage. You know, fucking... You know, remember when we used to be able to make fun of Nazis? Remember when we used to make fun of Nazis because they're fucking losers? Remember that? Now are they too sacred? Oh, they're too sacred and too spooky to make fun of? No, I'll make fun of Nazis all fucking day long. Because they're losers! But yeah. Like, every single thing I've looked into that people say about Vivzy has always been, like, a huge exaggeration, or just, like, super bad faith taken out of context. I'm sorry for everyone who came in late. The VODs will be up. I did have a bit of a whoopsie in the middle of the stream, so there's gonna be 2 VODs, just to warn you. Because of course it wouldn't be one of my streams if I didn't have terrible audio problems and terrible connectivity problems, or just some sort of issue going on. But we did have a good time. We did have a good time. And those people probably throw a fit if she had Nazi characters in hell. Yeah, ultimately I think they decided not to have, like, real people appear in hell. Because I think in the pilot they made, like, a Jeffrey Dahmer joke, which I thought was pretty fucking funny. But I can see why. Because, I mean, yeah, okay, it's an edgy show. It's an edgy show. You know, it's got a dark sense of humor, but you don't need to go that dark if you don't have to. It's still entertainment in the end. It's still entertainment at the end of the day. So keeping everything fictionalized makes sense, because you're still watching entertainment to escape from real life, you know? Also, after that fucking awful Jeffrey Dahmer movie they made on Netflix, I can see why you maybe wouldn't want to make jokes like that. So, yeah. Maybe it's time we should get Hitler off the screen. But I'm like, God, do Zoomers not know who the fuck Mel Brooks is? That's a travesty. So... Well, yeah, that's what one of my buddies said, Umsley. He was like, what's more offensive here is that she drew Sausage Party fan art. It's like, oh, yeah. Talk about bad taste. It's an edgy show, but the fans are from Tumblr. It's true, isn't it? It's true. They're mad enough there are non-straight characters. I mean, Nifty's apparently straight, so... You know, what a stereotype she is, you know? Straight girls stabbing things all the time and making roach crowns. What a stereotypical character. It's like, oh, geez, maybe gay people like to put, gay and bi people like to put gay and bi people in our shows. Imagine that. You know, probably because we don't, get a lot, usually. That's bad boy. I do like Nifty. I think she's Nifty's like a psychopathic 50s housewife. We should get the poodle skirt anyway. She probably died in the 50s, but... I mean, Nifty, she's a little bit of a one-note joke to me sometimes. I don't mind her. And her voice acting is very funny. Yeah, they say Busy Pop hates gay people. Again, if there was no gay characters, the hate them would complain about that, too. You know? So, it doesn't matter what they say, because they're gonna hate it no matter what. Because the real reason they hate it is, and I might be agreeing with Lily a little bit on this, but from a completely different angle, the real reason these people hate it so much is because it is a very internet property that made it to mainstream pretty much unchanged. And for whatever reason, that makes people angry. And like I was saying earlier, I was talking about this with Skrill and some of my other artist friends. When we look at Vivzy Pop's style, excuse me, choking on a mellow cream pumpkin. When we look at Vivzy Pop's style, we think Jonan Vasquez fangirl, Tumblr sexy man, cringe DeviantArt OC. But with people who aren't terminally online, and who aren't artists, watching this show, they don't have any of that built-in bias toward that kind of style. And I have been amazed at what a broad appeal it has as a musical and as something with a style like that. So to me, I'm like, well, maybe I need to rethink how I approach these things myself. Maybe I need to stop looking at a style like Vivzy Pop's and thinking cringe internet thing that could never work as a real mainstream thing, because clearly it can. No! Oh yeah, that was another thing. I think I showed off. Oh, actually, it is on my Twitter. I showed this one off recently too. This is how we'll end the stream, talking a little bit more about Vivzy Pop. I'm gonna end in about 5 minutes. Where's my media tab? There we go. This was an even better picture of it I found. So when I say Vivzy Pop is a Jonan Vasquez fan, I fucking mean it. Look at this. Obviously her biggest influence, especially on the Hell City. Johnny Goes to Hell and Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. And it's just one big city with a big old eye in the sky that watches everybody. You could fucking tell she was into Jonan Vasquez. I bet she got into Zim, and then she went back and read his comics. I bet you anything. I, being a little older, was already into Jonan Vasquez's comics before Zim even came out, so I'm a bit of a hipster. So I read Johnny the Homicidal Maniac in high school a lot, and Squee, and I have I Feel Sick, which is actually my favorite of Jonan's work. I'm actually a very big fan of him as well. I love his art. I love it. But, which is why I can instantly tell he is the biggest influence on Vivzy Pop. And I wonder if Jonan's seen, I wonder if he's seen Hazbin Hotel, and is just sitting there, thinking, wow, I caused this. Yeah! Yeah! He was a comic artist before Zim, Alan! He was known for this, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. That is the title. And Squee, which was more about Johnny's kid neighbor who was kind of a neglected kid. And somebody at Nickelodeon saw Squee and said to themselves, I think this man understands the minds of children. We should give him a show. And I still remember when I first saw the trailer for Zim back in like the year 2000 or some shit. I said to myself, that looks an awful lot like Jonan Vasquez's style, but who the fuck would be dumb enough to give him a kid's show? Well, it happened. But yeah, he's even drawn some of the Zim comics too, actually. But yeah, definitely go look up Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, Squee, and I Feel Sick. They're all very, very good. Yeah, I'm not surprised Zim is an inspiration, but I have to imagine she's seen his other stuff, given some of her designs. Because, like, does Satan here not just kind of have real Zestial vibes to you right now, you know? Like, look at him. Come on, that's a Vivzy Pop character right there. Oops, there we go. That is Satan, by the way. I know this because I'm a Jonan Vasquez fan. Hazbin Hotel, Steven Universe AU, though. Hear me out, I have ideas. Yeah, Moxie's voice actor is Zim. Yeah, it's Richard Horvitz. So, that must have been a delight to get Zim himself in your show. I got to meet him at a con once. I got him to sign something. That was fun. Hearing Invader Zim say fuck was my favorite thing. I'm reading the chat. I mean, yeah, you could make designs of the gems as demons in Hellaverse, as they call it, if you see so fit. Oh yeah, he was Billy and Mandy as well. I was never into Billy and Mandy. I think that was a little after my time. Probably something I would have liked when I was a little younger. Steven goes to hell for killing Jasper accidentally that one time. Oh no! Oh no! Actually, Emo had an AU a while back where Steven died and became Sans and went through the Cuphead hell because Emo is like that. She does these things. I'll have to find that one next time. From Nickelodeon, it was canceled for 6 episodes. That was Making Friends. Oh, he was on that too. I know one you guys don't know. Richard Horvitz was also Daggett on Angry Beavers, which was a show I remember very fondly. Well, that's what I first knew him from, actually. I recognized his voice when he was him. My favorite line from Angry Beavers being, "Oh my gosh, what have I done accidentally on purpose?" Angry Beavers was pretty damn good. My brother and I still quote it at each other to this day. So, it's always fun. Steven and Charlie would be singing together. Oh my god, you're fucking right. Steven would love the hotel idea. He would be like Charlie's best fucking friend. Oh god. Oh yeah, there's a joke about Steven being Sans. He's Steven after not surviving. It's a whole joke. It's a whole joke. Let me see if I can find Emo's AU real quick before I sign off for today. So, well, she's done some fan art of it, but yeah, she had an AU where Sans died and where Steven died and became Sans, which is this one. So, yeah, because Emo, again, is a chaos creature, and she just does these things. Chutsu! That's what she fucking called it. Chutsu. I forgot what the fuck it stood for. But she was doing this for a while. It was like Cuphead, Undertale, and Steven is dead and is Sans, because don't question Emo's logic on anything. I've known her for years, and I still could not tell you. Still couldn't tell you how the fuck she comes up with these things. Oh, I guess Bendy was also part of it. Okay, Emo. Whatever. America confirmed that Stevens isn't Sans? Ugh. Anyway. So... I gave you guys something to hunt for more entertainment. Anyway, thank you all for coming. It was fun to do a react again, even if I only managed to paint the backgrounds of my comic here a little bit. I hopefully will have these 2 pages done before next stream. I was working a lot last week, so this week I'm still working a little extra, but it's not going to be like I had 2 days last week where I had to stay overnight at the dog place, so that was a little tiring. And I'm doing some stuff for Kuga tonight, but then I will be working on this again anyway. So, you didn't know America bought Louisiana? Yeah, actually, middle of the country used to belong to France, and like California and a bunch there used to belong to Spain. It was, hang on, I guess I gotta educate you guys before I leave. It's called the Louisiana Purchase. It's called the Louisiana Purchase. It happened in 1803, so actually fairly recently in history. And so this was like what America was in the early 1800s. It was like the main, like the original 13 colonies, you know, these states, and then we bought this from France. And then all this shit over here belonged to the Spanish for the longest time. So anyone who tells you that Spanish doesn't belong in America, remind them why Los Angeles is called Los Angeles. Yeah, we legally bought Louisiana from the French, who stole it from the Indians. The Native Americans, rather. Yay, American history! That's how we ended up with the whole fucking country. I guess the Spaniards still owned Florida at the time, too. We should have let them keep it. Anyway, okay, now I'm really leaving. Goodbye, good night, everybody.